Rebirth, an action-adventure fantasy romance. Land of Shifters, Book 1. Written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Heather Livengood and George Livengood. Prologue. What was going on? There were too many questions that flooded my mind as my heart beat heavily in my chest. If there was one thing that changed everything, it was that I almost died tonight. We almost all did. The memory of that creature that chased us in the forest won't leave me any time soon. It was both a man and a beast, with sharp teeth, no fangs, dripping with red, and those hungry eyes that belonged to a monster that wanted to swallow me whole. It was like something out of a nightmare. My eyes watered as I leaned back against the front door of the house. My hands were shaking, and I wanted to do nothing more than curl up between my parents and cry with Mom and Dad assuring me everything was just a bad dream. Only it wasn't. That man, if you could ever call it that, was still out there. Who knew if there were more like him? The thought made me tremble even more before a voice called my name from the living room. As much as I wanted it to be my parents, I knew it wasn't. Dad was still out of town, and there was no knowing where Mom was. I stumbled forward to the living room, holding myself up with a hand against the cream-colored walls. In the living room were my friends, looking as shaken as I was, as we all tried to process the terrifying event that night in our own ways, which ranged between huddling on the couch and raiding my dad's liquor cabinet for something strong enough to drown out the memories. One of them held out a piece of paper to me. "Found this on the coffee table," was all she said before I took it and watched her return to the recliner at the corner with red eyes. "Milla, they will kill us all. Leave Strangeville now. Don't come back. Mom." My hands shook as I read the paper in my hands. What did my mother mean? Who were they? Why did she want me to leave town so urgently? I ran from the living room and up the stairs to the second floor. Pictures of the three of us, Mom, Dad, and I, hung on the wall, fond times that seemed to belong to another lifetime now. We looked so happy in each picture. I arrived at the door of my parents' bedroom and slowly grabbed the brass handle. What would I find on the other side? A trash space with empty hangers and open closet doors? Or will nothing in there have changed? Did I want to know? I turned the handle and pushed the door open. Nothing had changed. Even the old duffel bag where Mom kept stuff from her college days was still here. I stepped into their bedroom and moved to the bed. Everything was still here. Except them, of course. Dropping out of the firm mattress, I let out a loud yelp as something sharp poked me in the ribs. What was that? I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out the stone I'd picked up earlier today, before throwing it towards the open closet. I couldn't stand looking at it now. Not when it shared the same yellow as that thing's eyes. Chapter 1. Dubois, a little focus, if you please. If there was one thing that reminded me more of hell than lunchtime in the cafeteria, it was Coach Wilder's gym class. We were doing one of those mandatory fitness tests that were required by the school board to make sure that the coach was doing his job properly or something like that. But by the evidence shown by a wheezing Artie hunched over on the bleachers, trying to catch whatever breath he could in his tiny body, to a red-faced Simone who looked like she was about to kill something or someone, this test was working. We were ready for the next war. Pretty much only the athletes looked fine with everything since they did all this for practice. The lot of them was standing off in the sun, seemingly unfazed by the heat. From the muscle-bound football players to the stringy soccer players on both the girls' and boys' teams, the whole group was practically having a social in the middle of the school field after we just ran what felt like a marathon. I, on the other hand, was somewhere in the middle of the dying and those that weren't. Sure, the sweat was making my shirt stick against my back along with my hair, somehow looking as if it blended in with the wet fabric. Honestly, whoever picked navy blue as the color for our gym uniforms needed to be put on trial. So now my black waves seemed to just make my shirt look even baggier than it usually did. All right, kids, you had your break. Coach Wilder circled around again with that stupid clipboard of his that surely had the results of this torture. Pair up for sit-ups and push-ups so we can finish this before the period is over, he yelled before he looked at a desperate Artie, who looked like he was going to start protesting like he did before the run. Yes, I'm looking at you, Spinet. Come on, this one isn't as hard. The guy looked like he was about to faint on the other hand. Sir? I said, lifting a hand up. What is it? He grunted at me. I think he's having an asthma attack. The boy definitely seemed to pick up on the hint, and he dropped to his hands and knees, putting on the best dramatic performance of an asthma attack as the coach swore and stomped over to the sandy-haired boy. He fussed over the kid as Artie tried to lie and say that he forgot his asthma inhaler in his locker before the coach looked at me. Dubois, take Spinet here to his locker, and then the nurse. On the double. On it, I responded, trying not to sound too happy about him buying our performance before I rushed to Artie's side and put my arm around his waist and over my shoulder. Luckily, he was stringy enough that none of the boys had to take him, or else we'd have had a problem in this plan. Just keep it up until we can get to the gym locker room, I whispered to him before we started walking to the locker rooms. Thanks, Milla, he said when we got to the pale white corridor outside the gym/shower/locker rooms. I really didn't know how I was going to survive the rest of that. No problem. Anything for a friend. This was practically a motto that I live by. And Artie here was definitely a friend I'd help any time. Since I spent a lot of the time in the archives section of the library where I hung out mostly after school, Arthur, which he didn't really like to be called by, was usually the one who found all the older newspaper copies and case files from the town's tiny courthouse on all the weird stuff that happened around town in the past, as well as the old legends of strange creatures living up in the woods not too far from the high school. So far, most of it sounded like something you would only find in one of those conspiracy websites, but that was what I loved about living here. Who really knew what kind of stuff you'd find living up in the mountains? Coming by the library again today? Artie asked as he pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose with his pointer finger. Of course, I responded. Got something good for me? I do, actually. A really old storybook came in with the newest batch of donations, and there's definitely someone I know who'd love to have her hands on it first. He knew me too well. How old are we talking? I asked eagerly. With any luck, it's something on those old creature legends I had seen while reading some of the older news articles. There was one of the headline stories that spoke about some kind of beast roaming in town, frightening the people and destroying some of the traps that were left out for other kinds of smaller wildlife out in the mountains sometime before I was born. No one had ever gotten a close enough look at it to say what it was. Ancient, Artie grinned. The thing's covered in leather and the real kind that usually gets wildlife committees mad. Do you want me to keep it on hold for you? Duh. He nodded before putting a hand on the boys' locker room door. See you later, then? I should probably go to the nurse before Coach figured out we just wanted to get out of class. Usual spot, I said with a wave before I watched him push open the door and head inside. I took a sniff of my own shirt. Ooh, maybe a shower wouldn't be a bad idea. After school, I decided to head home first before I went to the library. With Dad out of town on a conference with some other professors from the colleges around the state, it was up to Mom and me to watch over the house. Rather, me to watch over her. Mom wasn't exactly a hands-on parent. There were times when she was around and actually focused on the things that Dad and I did. However, that had changed over time. Nowadays, it was as if she couldn't keep still. If it wasn't town council meetings, it was bake sales for the community or chaperoning events with the other mothers around town. After all, Jacqueline Dubois was someone who couldn't stay still. You'd think we had moved here from a big city at some point where everyone was busy and moving 24 hours of the day, but this wasn't the case. Dad was the one from the big city, yet he did a better job fitting in with the rest of the laid-back townfolk than Mom. When I got home, it was empty as usual. Mom had gone somewhere without even a text to say that there was food in the fridge or anything. There wasn't anything that didn't require cooking beforehand. Grabbing a banana from the fruit bowl on the kitchen counter, I headed upstairs to my room. Silence was a norm when it came to us. Even when we were all home, we were usually tending to our own things. Dad and I would be reading in his study while Mom was busy researching new recipes online, or I would be in my room with the keyboard my dad had gotten me 2 years ago for my birthday with my headphones, while my parents were on the couch. We didn't really feel the need to be in each other's business all the time. By the time I got to my room, it was exactly as I left it this morning. The bed was still opened on one side after literally having to scramble out of it this morning. After staying up late with homework last night, I somehow managed to oversleep. Putting my bag down on the end of the bed, I scanned under my desk for my phone charger. Somewhere between leaving late this morning and lunch, I'd realized that my phone battery wasn't going to last that long. As I plugged in the device, I heard the front door open downstairs. "Anyone home?" a voice called from downstairs. Mom was back. "Up here," I responded before putting my phone down on the desk and heading out of my room. It was rare that we ever got home around the same time. When I got downstairs, Mom was busy packing groceries away in the kitchen. As soon as I entered the room, a bright smile curled on her lips. It sometimes still amazed me how much we had the same face. If it wasn't for Dad's side of the family, I'd have definitely inherited her pale skin and light hair as well. "Hey there, sweetheart, how was school?" she asked as she put the last of the new groceries on the counter and started folding out the bags to use again later. "It was all right," I shrugged. "We had a test in history and then one of those fitness tests in gym class again." "Ah, yes, I remember those." Mom packed away the new box of cereal before turning to face me again. "I can't imagine you enjoyed it so much. You never were one for sports, being your father's child and all." I let out a dry laugh before giving Mom a cheeky grin. "Doesn't mean I can't have fun indoors." "Sounds like something you would say too," she chuckled. "Speaking of your dad, he called me earlier from his conference. He said he'll be back next Wednesday." "Really? Why so long?" I asked with a brow raised. "Something about wanting to attend a book launch while in town or something. You know your father." "It's true. He definitely had a few of those moments already during his last trips out. During his last conference, he stayed in that city for an extra week because his favorite author was going to host a book signing the following weekend. After a while, it didn't surprise us anymore." "So we can expect new additions to the library, Mom rolled her eyes. I knew she secretly didn't mind. I knew she loved the way Dad came home to ramble on about the new books he bought to add to his already stuffed shelves. Their relationship was odd that way. Speaking of books, I remembered that I had somewhere to be. "Oh, I almost forgot." She tilted her head at me. "I'm going to the library for a bit. Artie had something on hold for me." "Artie, huh?" she teased. "Mom, I told you it's nothing like that between us." Sure. A grin spread across her face. "It's not like you're not at the age where boys are something you don't think about." My cheeks burned hot as she folded her arms across her chest. "Or is it the other side of the scale?" "Mom!" I didn't want to talk about this anymore. "I'm just saying it's perfectly fine if you did." I was walking away. I didn't want to bring anything related to the topic of dating up with my mother. By the time I went upstairs to retrieve my phone and return to the front door, Mom was on the phone with someone again. I waved goodbye to her and mouthed, "Be safe," before I left. I had to see what this book was about. Chapter 2. Mila. If there was one thing I wasn't sure how to feel about when it came to living in a small town, it was the way everyone seemed to know who you are. As soon as I hit Main Street, I noticed at least 5 different families, as well as several different classmates from school almost immediately. Being a native resident of Strangeville, whenever I walk down to the library, there's always a delay or two because either Mrs. Ferris from the bakery wanted to know how my mother was doing, or Mr. and Mrs. Simmons from the antique store asked if my father picked up something interesting at the university. Today, the routine was the same. I passed by the bakery with its variety of cakes and bread out for display with kindly Mrs. Ferris waving from behind the counter. She's probably in her late 50s, but something about her seemed to keep her looking no older than 35. Where you'd expect little gray hairs to show was the same fire truck red she once told me she was born with. I called bull on that one. It was definitely salon done. Not that I'd tell her that to her face. She signaled for me to come inside, and despite how much I didn't want to, the smell of chocolate chip cookies had me hooked by the nose already. I pushed open the door, and that smell of heaven multiplied tenfold. I blamed my mother for this sweet tooth. "Mila!" Mrs. Ferris yelled in her southern accent that was never explained. "How are ya?" "Doing well. And you, Mrs. Ferris?" Nothing to complain about. She gave me an exaggerated shrug before placing her hands on her hips. How's your mother? I've been wanting her to stop by to try out her new recipe for carrot cake. She indicated with a tilt of her head to a white frosted cake sitting on the end of the counter. It looked pretty good to me, but I suppose the taste was what really mattered. Not that I was interested. Somehow Mrs. Ferris's new recipes rarely turned out well. Memories of her past experiment with strawberry shortcake put me off cream for a few months straight. I'll be sure to tell her to come by, I said hastily as I tried to slowly shuffle back out the door. Don't you want to try some? She asked with a pout that almost made me feel guilty. Not today. I'm late for an appointment which I should be getting to. I pushed open the door. Almost there. Maybe another time. Bye, Mrs. Ferris. And I was out before I could hear any more. After that, I definitely jogged past the antique store with a brief wave to the Simmonses, all the way to the library. Hey, Milla. Artie greeted me with a smile from the librarian's desk as I walked in. Judging by the book in his lap and the lack of headphones, he must be working again. Hey, where's your boss today? Out sick? I asked, looking around the quiet space. With the few students that had actually used this place to study, it was pretty much the same crowd in the open space. He's in the back, making stickers for the new books. You know, the fun stuff, Artie joked, rolling his eyes as he placed the heavy book on the desk. You'd swear Mr. Howard and my dad were born from the same womb or something. Honestly, anything was possible. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Howard had shown us a picture of his family, you'd think he and my dad were brothers. Even the age gap wasn't very big. Artie shrugged. Well, anything is possible. Anyway, let me get that book for you. I watched as he got to his feet and walked off to the librarian's office. It was a good 5 minutes before the door opened again, with Artie holding the storybook he promised me. Sorry for taking so long. It was buried under tons of stuff. No problem. Let me see it. He held out the leather-bound storybook, and I was surprised. It had the town's name on it, but the author wasn't mentioned anywhere. Is it even in English? I asked, taking the book from his hands and running a hand over it. Don't know. Haven't opened it yet, but it's not that old if it's in this condition, so I figure it is. I opened the book and noticed the handwritten script inside. It was English, just not modern day. Judging by the illustrations, people really liked fantasy back then. Can I still take it then? You know how I love this stuff. He nodded. Sure, I know you'll look after it. Just bring it back before Mr. H notices it's missing. No problem. I'll bring it back before my friends and I head out for the long weekend. Chapter 3. Milla. School felt like swimming in molasses. I could have honestly fallen asleep. Throughout the block of periods between the start of class and lunch, it felt as if the entire school day was twice as long as usual. Some of the teachers seemed to have it in for us with the long weekend coming up, wanting to cram in as much work as mentally possible before they allowed us out of their classrooms. No wonder a rush of relief passed through me when the lunch bell rang at noon. All at once, the entire class practically climbed over one another to get out of our last class. And because our math teacher was one of the teachers that seemed to not want the day off, the atmosphere in the hallways seemed to feel a lot better than usual. The excitement was contagious as everyone discussed their plans for the weekend. Walking down the hallway, I couldn't help but overhear some of them. Some of the guys on their soccer team were talking about throwing parties as their parents were heading out of town, while others suggested staying in to play video games with the other soccer team members. Even the girls had similar plans, which was just fine by me. It meant less trouble in the woods for my friends and me. We had been talking about doing something like this for a while, but for some reason it was either one or the other of us caught the flu or couldn't make it at the last minute due to family-related matters. Well, it was my fault the last time. My father wanted the family to head upstate for a concert that he'd gotten tickets for as a gift from one of the other professors at the university. It was fun to be there together as a family, so there was minimal regret, but it was still another missed opportunity. This time would be different since we had been checking in with each other to make sure this would run smoothly and that none of the group had other plans that their families had made. That reminded me. I stepped out of the ridiculous amount of foot traffic that was passing through the hallway and parked myself against the lockers, shining a brilliant fire truck red since their latest paint job last week. Nice to see where school funds were going since the bathroom next to the art room was still out of service. Anyway, pulling out my cell phone, I typed and sent out a group message. Me. Guys, where are we meeting? We need to talk about who's bringing what this weekend. A few minutes later, I got a reply from Kara, one of the oldest of the group. Kay. Cafeteria. Most of us are here already, just waiting on you and Tay. Me. On my way. Looking up from my phone, a smile started to spread across my lips as I caught the eye of a familiar face with a long mane of black hair that I had once upon a time had the freedom to run my hands through whenever I wanted to. However, his attention wasn't on me as he entered a classroom on the opposite side of the hallway. Just as quickly as it came, the smile faded again into a sigh. Well, there was no time to think of exes. The present was now, and I had to suck it up and let go. At least that was what I kept trying to convince myself of the entire walk down to the cafeteria. The second I reached those double doors, I was hit with the same wave of noise that had been in the hallway earlier. It was kind of overwhelming the first second anyone passed through the doors. This effect was still one of the mysteries of our school, considering we were just a small-town school with no more than 500 students. Well, that's what the school last reported anyhow. Milla! A voice called for me. Scanning the lunch tables, I spotted Kara standing and waving to direct me to a table near the back of the hall, where it wasn't occupied by the louder students seated near the lunch counter. Seated at the long table around her was the rest of our group, either eating today's lunch special, it was mercifully pizza day, or on their phones. Simone, our resident source of all things minimally social, was now doing both. Before heading over, I headed to the counter and got my own lunch first. After last period, my stomach had been begging for anything to fill it with. It was a miracle that it wasn't loud, which I was extremely thankful for at the time, especially since I sat in the middle of the room where everyone would just turn to stare at me if my stomach growled. I would probably die of embarrassment. After making my way back to our table with my lunch tray in hand, I took a seat right between two of the two boys in our group, Taylor and Jake. The pair had the habit of fighting with each other if they were in the same space for too long, so to fix this problem, I usually took the spot in between them to keep the peace. These two had known each other since the 5th grade, so you'd think they'd get along like best friends. But unfortunately, they were at odds with each other in everything, even appearances. Where Jake was all prim and proper with his perfectly combed hair and clothing that almost made him look like he had an office job after school, thanks to the influence of his parents, no doubt, Taylor was the opposite. His long blonde hair and love of all things baggy and or cotton made the group wonder how the two even began to talk to each other, although it was a running joke that they were practically married with the way they argued. So we got the food covered for this weekend? Kara asked, the only one making an effort to get the others off their phones. Yeah, I got the snacks handled, Jake said. Kara nodded before turning to the others. And the drinks? Taylor raised his hand for that one. I got the tent and the first aid kit all prepared, so it's up to Milla and Simone to get us a map or something to the lake, as well as stuff for the fire. I took a bite of my pizza and frowned. How could one manage to make something that looked edible taste just like cardboard? Something about this was just wrong. Sure, I'll check for a map after school, I answered. Shouldn't be too hard to find something on the mountains online. Moan, can you get the fire stuff from your dad? She nodded before returning to whatever was keeping her attention on her phone. It was likely a new game that she discovered recently. This will be an awesome camp out. Kara was practically vibrating at the thought of spending the weekend out with us, I figured. Just like the last few times we tried to head out, she was the organizer and the most disappointed when the older plans were canceled. Imagine it, 2 nights in the beautiful wilderness. I can't wait. As our dear ball of energy continued her happy train of thought, it was easy enough to see that the others had already tuned out. It was just easier to let her tire herself out with a few smaller replies in between to act as if we were listening. Reaching into my backpack, I pulled out the storybook I picked up at the library and opened the page where an old receipt acted as a bookmark. This was probably one piece of evidence that I picked up my father's book habits. After a while, a lot of things were used as bookmarks whenever a page had to be saved. The page I was on had a story about wolves that used to live in an old forest that sounded a lot like the one around town. It spoke of an old pack that used to have wolves in all different shades of fur that protected the land against invaders. The pack was like a family where they all looked out for each other and the area around it. Apparently the invaders, whoever they were, seemed to have it out with them, and many of their members died. Well, that got real dark real fast. I closed the book with a frown before I noticed a pair of eyes staring at me. The boy they belonged to looked familiar, but for some reason his name escaped me as I watched him walk towards our table. My gaze didn't leave him even as he passed by us towards the lunch counter. It wasn't that he was supermodel good-looking, but there was a certain farm boy next-door charm about him. He was the same size as the players on the soccer team with broad shoulders and a big chest. I swore I'd seen him somewhere before. "Mila!" Kara practically sang at me. The grin on her face told me she definitely caught me staring. My face grew warm as I dropped my gaze to the pages in front of me. She wasn't having it, tugging on the sleeve of my jacket. "Come on, don't hide in your fairy tales again when there's a boy you could actually talk to." "Leave her alone, Kay," Taylor said, coming to my defense. Friendship ruled. Mila needs someone that she can talk about her fairy tales with, and that guy probably isn't interested about werewolves living it up in the mountains. Taking that thing I just said about friendship back now. They were probably right, though. But I wasn't staring at him just because he was hot, which he was. But that was beside the point I was trying to make. His name was what I was trying to remember. After all, living in this town meant that you met everyone here from time to time, but it didn't necessarily mean that you knew everyone. "Don't look so down, Mila. There's bound to be someone who loves those stories just as much as you do." Yeah. A sigh escaped me as I pushed my tray forward and put the book on the table. "Guys, just because I like researching the old legends of this town doesn't mean I'm obsessed." A panel of skeptical faces stared back at me. "Oh, come on. Sure, I'd like to see if they were real or not, but even I know that magical creatures running around in this state isn't a likely thing. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I'm going to drop this off in my locker before English." I shut the book and rose to my feet before walking towards the door. However, before I could get past the lunch counter, there was another tug at my jacket. It was the farm boy himself, glancing down at the book in my arms before finally making eye contact with me. What did he want? "Can I help you?" "So you like the old stories too, huh?" he asked with a small smirk on his face. For some reason, it filled my taste buds with bitterness and my cheeks grew hot. What was that? Was he mocking me? I might tolerate that much from my friends, but this guy didn't know me. "What about it?" I spat with a little more venom than I intended. He seemed to notice that and stepped back, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jeans. "Didn't mean anything bad by it," he said with a shrug. "I like them too. There was just something I wanted to tell you since I heard you and your friends were talking about a camping trip out to the lake." My brow raised. "What is it?" There was a moment of silence as his mouth curled into a slight pout, those blue eyes zoning out as they focused on something that only he could see. He was thinking very hard about God knows what. Was it that important? "Don't go too deep into the woods," he said in a much lower voice than I expected. "There's something out there, and it does not like intruders." With that, he took his lunch from the counter and walked away. My eyes stayed on him until he walked out one of the cafeteria's other exits. Glancing around myself at the other students that were too focused on each other, I wondered if that really happened. Also, what on earth was he talking about? Chapter 4. Mila. The rest of the week was weird, starting with that day after school. The moment I walked out of school, there was this odd feeling that someone was following me around town. Honestly, the feeling was unnerving to the point where I didn't even stop by the grocery store for a snack before heading home. I was tensed up, and wherever I went, I felt like something was about to jump out at me any time. Nothing ever did, though. The tension subsided as soon as I got home that day, but little did I know that the weird feelings did not end there. The next day, I saw Farm Boy again. When I got to school that morning, he was in the hallway of my first class in front of one of the lockers. It had to be his if he was going through it with that level of familiarity. Clearly, my usual level of busyness kept me from noticing what happened around me whenever I was at school, because how did I not notice him around here? Was this why his face was familiar and nothing else? It was written somewhere that your brain remembers every face you come across, even though you haven't spoken to the person before. That had to be it. After that, he kept appearing around me during the day for the rest of the week. It wasn't until Wednesday afternoon that I noticed it wasn't just at school that he seemed to be appearing. When I'd walked into the library that afternoon, there he was. Golden hair, muscles, and everything. Talking to Artie. What was going on here? I mean, I didn't have any authority over the boy's life, but this definitely wasn't a coincidence anymore. It was weirding me out far too much. Milla! Artie seemed to notice that I'd entered the building. He stood behind the desk from across that boy. That somehow made him seem even skinnier, waving to me to come over. Hey! I raised my hand half-heartedly as my eyes stayed locked on the other boy with a wary stare. Somehow neither of them seemed to notice my reluctance as I walked up towards the librarian's desk. You okay? Artie asked with a slight turn of his head that made his hair swing slightly. Someone really needed a haircut. Keeping my attention away from Farm Boy next to me, I gave Artie a hopefully convincing smile. Yeah, I'm good. I just came by to bring the book back. I shrugged my backpack onto the desk and dug out that familiar book. It was a shame to let such a good read go. Did you like it? Farm Boy asked as I handed over the leather tome to Artie. To think I almost forgot he was there. Thought of giving it a read myself. I did. I'd recommend it, was all I said. He gave me a slight nod before walking off towards the shelves at the back of the building. As soon as he vanished behind the last shelf, I turned back to Artie. Let me know if more similar books come in. There was a chapter at the end that I wouldn't mind reading more on. Will do. What was it on? He asked as he placed the book on a rack behind him. It was a story on witches, actually. The author really didn't seem to trust them. A hum escaped before he shrugged. Well, I wouldn't trust a werewolf either, you know. If I were a witch, even more so. He had a point. The way the author in the book described the wolves glowed with a sense of favoritism, as if they were the only creatures in the town that were capable of keeping it safe, and anything that involved the witches meant danger. Yeah, right. I'd hate to imagine what that guy thinks of people. I suppose everyone has their side to choose, I sighed with a slight rise of my shoulders. Anyway, I'm going to head home. We're leaving tomorrow, so I should get packing. Oh, right, camping. Stay close to the lake. There's been talk of some strange sighting out in the mountains. Sightings of a brutal beast. Odd. That's what Farm Boy said. Where'd you hear that? My dad works for the sheriff's office, remember? He's always handing out safety tips for people wanting to go camping out of town. Right, I forgot about that. It would make sense to stay near a point where people could find you if something happened. However, there was that last sentence that Farm Boy said to me that rang in my memory. There's something out there, and it does not like intruders. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Was something hiding out in the middle of the forest? A pack of wild animals, perhaps? Some sort of gang? And what did Farm Boy know about it? That reminded me, I still didn't know his name. Hey, Artie, who was that boy you were talking to earlier? He looked up from the computer screen in front of him. You mean Trevor? Oh, he's one of the old souls around here. He's not usually known for his people skills. Trevor. So that was his name. He's definitely a weird one, to say the least. But I'd like to believe that his intentions were good. The boy just needed to work on his method of looking out for people. So he's not much of a social butterfly, I imagine. He nodded, visibly trying not to laugh with his expression. Thanks for the info anyway, Artie. I'll see you later. I lifted my hand before making my way to the door. He gave me a lazy 2-finger salute with a smile. Have fun in the woods. When I got home, I spotted Mom's silver minivan parked in the driveway. That was actually a welcome sight as I stepped to the front door and heard the faint sound of the TV playing from the living room. As I turned the knob and pushed the door open, I heard the uncommon sound of one of those trashy reality shows. Sounds like Mom was finally relaxing if it meant she was watching something instead of being on the phone. Mom? I called out as I shut the door. There was no response. Mom? Peeking into the living room, I spotted my mom's jacket lying on the back of the sofa, and one of those shows about rich housewives living in the city playing on the TV. It was only when I stepped closer that I noticed a familiar lump curled up on the couch covered by one of the throw blankets. A lazy smile curled as I watched the slight rise and fall of my mother's arm. She was finally taking a break. It was probably better to leave her be. Quickly walking around the sofa and grabbing the remote off the coffee table, the thought of doing the same crossed my mind. On the other hand, I still had some packing to do if we were going to head out early tomorrow morning. Before I heard the rest of the argument that was going on between two of the housewives, I turned down the volume and put the remote back on the table. Mom stirred slightly before settling back to sleep. I crouched down next to her and pulled the blanket up a little higher to cover her shoulders as she nuzzled against the pillow underneath her. I never noticed this before, but Mom had bags under her eyes. Clearly she wasn't sleeping well for the past week since Dad left for his conference. I pressed a kiss to her. Well, better get packing. Sleep well, Mom. Chapter 5. Mila. I seriously hoped it wouldn't rain. When I woke up this morning, there were silver clouds blanketing the sky. Rain wasn't unusual during the fall, but the timing was seriously bad. However, after a quick weather search online, rain wasn't expected today. Maybe this was temporary. Even so, it was a bit of a battle to remove myself from my warm bed. Weather like this was perfect for lying in bed with a book and a mug of cocoa. Let's get moving, I told myself as I rolled out from under the blanket to sit on the edge of the bed. Stretching my neck from side to side, I couldn't help but feel like flopping back to the warm softness of my mattress. Mila, are you up? Mom called from downstairs, causing the most dramatic of groans to escape me. Guess my plan to return to the warmth couldn't happen now. I'm up. Rising to my feet, I glanced at the silver sky out my window before gazing longingly at my bed once again. Farewell, my warm, comfy bed. I'll be back soon. My name was called again, this time by a different voice. The alarm clock on my bedside table said it was slightly past 7 in the morning. Must be Kara. It couldn't be a normal human being. This was when I made a judgment call. Instead of answering the pair of them, I just made my way to the bathroom. A shower was better than the questioning that would follow if they found out I hadn't had one yet. When I finished my warm, blissful shower, it might have taken longer than usual, out of spite. Kara was seated like the queen on the edge of my green duvet. She looked way too ready to be out in the woods with her outfit. Cargo pants and hiking boots told me that she was abnormally serious about this. Then you had me, standing in the doorway of my room in nothing but a white fluffy towel. You couldn't wait for me? I couldn't help but ask with a weary frown on my face. It's been half an hour already. I've been waiting. She folded her arms over her chest, but that smile on her face told me she wasn't really upset with me. Chances were the others aren't ready either. Well, who said to be here at 7 in the morning? It's the weekend. Let the normal people sleep in. Kara just laughed. The kind of weird, giggly laugh that should annoy you, but it was all too fitting on her. She was definitely a special friend. That didn't mean she got a strip show, though. There were several levels of friendship to get through to reach that one. I moved to her and grabbed her hand before pulling her to her feet. Okay, I need my room now. Still shy, huh? Kara teased before I not too gently dragged her out of my bedroom. Okay. I'll wait with your mom. She's making pancakes anyway. Don't eat them all now. No promises, was the last thing she shouted back at me as she walked down the stairs. Looked like I'd have to get moving if I didn't plan on leaving with an empty stomach. Kara might be a picky eater usually, but once she found something she liked, she had the appetite of a pack of scarab beetles. I can't believe you. It was your mom's fault, really. They were really good. No matter what she said, Kara deserved the glares I'd been sending her way the entire walk to Taylor's house. After I pushed her out of my room so that I could get dressed, she managed to eat my mother and me out of house and home. If it wasn't for me arriving before the last stack was made, I'd have had to leave the house with no pancakes. It was unfair. Those were meant for people with normal-sized appetites. So delicious was golden syrup with the way they melted in your mouth. Even the thought made me shoot another glare to the human-sized black hole. Glare all you want, she grinned, raising her hands in mock surrender. I have no regrets. A huff escaped me. That's exactly why I'm mad at you. Kara's grin went full Cheshire Cat at that point. So we just walked silently the rest of the way to our meetup spot. Taylor's place sat on the far edge of town that was closest to the lake path. If we went through the hole in the fence in Taylor's backyard, we'd make it to the camping area by lunch and then have plenty of time to explore the woods. It was the advantage of having someone who lived out that way. "Hey, Mills," Kara piped up as we turned the corner onto Taylor Street. "Did you hear about the rumor that's going on about the woods?" "Which one? The one where someone got caught starting a fire again? Or is it those two that were found a little too close to a tree?" "Neither," she said with a shake of her head before putting a finger on her chin. "Although we will discuss that second one later." She shook her head again before looking at me again. "I was talking about the other Graham from Debate Club who got back from summer vacation." I tried to search my memory of who this guy was, but when I thought of the Debate Club, I just saw that group photo that our English teacher had on the wall next to the whiteboard. "Wait, which one is he?" "The one that doesn't have a clue why he's in that club in the first place?" Well, that was real helpful. That only canceled out half the club. "You're going to have to be more specific." "Tall sophomore with black hair?" I shook my head. She did remember there were at least 3 of those, right? Besides, half those were girls, so that left either the one with the glasses that sat in the middle of the group photo or the one in the back row with the odd teeth. I hated to say it, but it was true. The genetics were not kind to him, despite his mother's being the town's dentist. "Anyway, never mind that," she continued with a wave of her hand. "So what I heard from the gossip around the school, which for some reason, hint he's gone completely insane, the poor kid was out hiking with his family up the mountain, the one that faces town hall. When he got back, he was all shaken up, refused to eat or sleep with the light off, that kind of thing. He got so skittish that you'd think something was going to jump at him." My brows knitted together in confused shock. "That's horrible. Were people seriously gossiping over this? A kid got traumatized and this is their reaction? What else did they say? Do you know what happened to him?" "Apparently he saw a monster up there, like with fur and sharp teeth." Fur and sharp teeth, huh? My memory flashed back to the book I'd been reading over the past couple of days before I shook my head. Yeah, right. Werewolves didn't exist, let alone live close to this town. The book always had them pegged as a species that liked their territory and not much else. It was probably something that lived in the mountains around here, like a wildcat or a coyote. So what, an animal? Nope. Apparently he said it was a wolf or something like one, a big gray one. Yeah, right. Those weren't native around here, especially those of that color. Those were much further up north where the snow was. I know that look on your face. It may sound like a load of bull, but something managed to scare the hell out of that kid. That second part was what mystified me. Trauma like that wasn't something you could just fake. It was the kind that kept people out of the woods forever. Well, this just amped up my excitement for our weekend in the forest, I grumbled dryly. Don't worry. Apparently it doesn't go near the lake, probably can't swim or something, so we'll be fine. Dear Kara, forever the optimist. What would we do without her? Probably have more chances to sleep in, I joked internally as we reached Taylor's parents' house. It was one of the older houses in the area, and some days it really looked that way. The walls were cracking near the corners and the windows whistled during the windy season. His dad always said that such things added character to the house. It sure did, if character was a cranky old man. Jake was already waiting for us, sitting on the front lawn with his backpack between his knees and his head resting against it. His mother must have had him up early without coffee again. Kara and I shared a look before turning back to the dozing boy who was taking a nap on someone else's front yard. It's moments like this that everyone realized how low the crime rate was around here. Do that in some other part of the world, he would have been taken along with his bag. We walked up to him curiously and heard him snoring against his bag. Do we wake him up? I whispered to Kara, who shrugged back at me. It was tempting, but then he'd give us hell for it. I'd seen it happen too many times whenever we woke him in world history class. It's a good thing that he actually read his book at night, along with whatever the heck he did, or else our teacher would have had major problems with this. The perks of honor roll, I guess. Hey! A voice hissed to us from the house. We looked around before we spotted Taylor waving to us from one of the windows upstairs. Leave him! Come in! Kara didn't need to be told twice as she headed straight for the front door and walked inside, shutting the door behind. Taylor smiled at me. Dad's making breakfast since I imagine Kara ate yours. I imagine she's about to get a hold of yours, too. He let out a chuckle. Good thing I ate already. Besides, Dad knows how to cook for a football team whenever you guys come over. I looked down at a sleeping Jake before looking up at Taylor again. Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on him. Everyone knows not to mess with anyone on this property. He had a point. Taylor's dad was one of the officers at the sheriff's office as well. The man was built like a professional wrestler with a strict face to match. But anyone who knew him personally knew that Mr. Polk was a big bear by nature, especially when it came to his family. Naturally, bears attacked when those they cared about were threatened, especially when it came to Taylor's little sister, Abby. Fine, I'm coming, I shrugged before making my way up the grass to the wraparound porch and opening the front door. At least his family has no problems with us entering the house on our own most of the time, as long as some sort of permission was given. Usually that meant Taylor greeting us from one of the windows or a call from the kitchen. Private boundaries were excluded, of course. Hey, Bella, long time no see. Taylor's dad greeted me with a smile and a spatula in his hand. Kara hasn't finished everything here yet. Want some food before you guys head out? Yes, please, I beamed before shooting a final quick glare at Kara, who was sitting at the breakfast counter and somehow defying biology by still eating. How was she not the size of a house already? Some sort of wild beast ate mine this morning. Taylor's dad caught the signal and started laughing, causing Kara to turn slightly red before sticking her tongue out at me. Come on and sit down, Mr. Polk said. I still have some eggs left in the tray, and I'll pop some bread into the toaster. Never had I made my way to a chair so fast. The smell of food and coffee was definitely one of my favorites in the morning. If I could bottle it for something to wake me up from a coma with, I'd do it. So you guys all packed? Mr. Polk asked as he got a new plate for me from the cupboard. As the eggs made it onto the plate, my stomach was once again reminded of the grand injustice it was done this morning. It was fine, though. Taylor's dad was a surprisingly good cook. Must be because he'd been a single dad for so long. I'd say so. All we're missing is Taylor and the other two snails that haven't made their way in yet. Kara nodded. I texted Simone, Kara said. She said that her mom is the reason she's running late. That would explain it. Simone's mom must be doing the usual pre-trip inspection of her daughter's bag. If there was a scale of overprotectiveness between the parents of all of my friends, Simone's mother would be first by a light year. She even did a full interrogation of each of us when we first became friends with Simone back in 5th grade, just to make sure she has the right support group to keep her on a responsible pathway, was apparently the reason. I wouldn't call us anything close to that, yet we surprisingly passed the test, and the rest was history. Couldn't say the same for the guy Simone wanted to date, though. I swear she'd think we're going up Mount Everest instead of just a mile outside town. Kara and I both rolled our eyes as Taylor's dad placed a plate of freshly warmed scrambled eggs and golden brown toast in front of me before he left the kitchen for something. I grabbed a fork from the stand in front of us and dug in with a happy moan. Just what my stomach needed. Do you and the eggs need a moment? Kara laughed. I swallowed the deliciousness before sticking my tongue out at her. Maybe, if it meant you'd keep your hands off my food. As if to prove a point, she reached out for my toast and I slapped her hand away with the back of my fork. No, mine. She laughed and leaned back a little in her seat, resting her elbow on the gray marble counter and leaning her head on the palm of her hands. Keep your eggs. She had that Cheshire grin again. I'll be back for the next pancake day anyway. So that's how she wanted to play it. Two could fight this war. I'm going to have to tell my mother to keep the doors locked in the mornings again. Game on. Are you two gonna make out or something? Of course, it was at that moment that Taylor walked into the kitchen with his long hair, freshly combed and still damp from his shower, a curious expression on his face. We both turned to him with dry expressions before he shrugged. What? I was just wondering if I had time to get my camera or not. Can you get moving, I said with a wave of my hand before I turned back to my food. Who's watching Jake if you're waiting for us to do something that's not likely to happen? Taylor huffed and left the room, leaving the two of us alone again. Weirdos, all of you. I couldn't help but huff. All of us, Mills. Don't forget, you're weird too. My eyes rolled again before I lifted another forkful of eggs to my mouth. Don't remind me. It was only by the time Simone arrived that the weather had decided to change. The sun finally returned in all its glory, and Kara was practically vibrating in happiness. It was actually irritating the rest of us as we sat around in Taylor's living room, lazing around all over the brown leather couches. We eventually decided to wake Jake up in the front lawn and bring him inside, so now he was sitting next to Taylor himself, hugging a mug of coffee to his chest. The boy was definitely not a morning person, despite being the first one out this time. Maybe it had something to do with his house being right across the road compared to the rest of us. "If you don't stop, I'm going to throw this coffee at you," Jake practically groaned at Kara. "Oh, come on," she whined. "The sun is back. We could have reached the lake by now." Jake just stared at her blankly before Taylor tugged the coffee mug out of his friend's hands with some force, mouthing, "just in case," to me, before putting it on the side table next to him. "It's a vacation. What's the rush anyway?" I asked as I watched the semi-conscious boy fall back to sleep against Taylor's arm. If this wasn't common between the two of them, the rest of us would have laughed. Not that my internal cooing was any better. It was kind of adorable. "I just want to get there before you all veg out." She pouted in a way that made me think of a Labrador. Like some people couldn't resist a puppy face, but we were some of those that could. "If we go in the next 5 minutes, would you stop whining?" Simone asked with a sigh. Kara gave a small nod. The rest of us, sans Jake, shared a skeptical look before a collective sigh escaped us. "Fine," we all groaned at once. A blinding grin spread across her face that just reminded me of the sun that appeared outside. Much too bright. We needed sunglasses. Taylor gently moved Jake away so he could move to his feet, letting the sleeping beauty that was Jake fall to the cushion behind him. "Someone wake him up in a few minutes," he said as he walked to the hallway. "I'm going to get my bag and the blow-up mattress." When he walked upstairs, the other girls and I looked at one another before staring at Jake. Yeah, no one wanted to do it. "I vote we leave him here and get him after the weekend is over," Simone suggested. No, we can't do that. He's still our friend." Kara might have said this, but the look on her face said that she was considering the same idea of leaving him behind. Couldn't say I blame her. He already threatened to throw a coffee mug at her, and after knowing him for half of our school lives, he could very likely do it too. "You two are just as scared of him as Tay is." I just had to say it, causing the two of them to look at me. They were polar opposites most of the time, but the look on their faces were identical. I shouldn't have said anything. "Feeling brave, huh?" Simone asked. "I'll bet she's just as scared, Moan," Kara said, raising her hands up in mock surrender. "Oh, no, I wasn't falling for this one. I wasn't scared. Don't get me wrong, but I wasn't looking to get roped into a game of chicken with a sleeping Jake. Not when the mug was literally right there." I shook my head with a huff. "I call it prudence." "Lies," they both hissed at me before the three of us started laughing. I guess we were too loud since sleeping Prince on the couch opened his eyes and glared at the ceiling before his green eyes moved to me. We fell silent for a few minutes before Taylor walked back down the stairs with a big rucksack on his shoulders and another in his hands that had to be the air mattress. He looked up at the three of us before glancing at Jake, who was sitting up with his eyes narrowed, as if a laser was going to shoot out from them. Taylor started. "Let's go?" It was beautiful out here. Sure, it wasn't summer yet, but spring somehow made the woods look like the place to be. The leaves were green, the air smelled like cars didn't exist, and I was sure if there were flowers on the hiking trail, they'd be beautiful. The trees were good, too. As the five of us walked down the path to the lake, I couldn't help but want to stop and look at everything. Nature girl by heart, yep, that's me. Okay, minus the bugs. Mosquitoes were still the worst part of the warmer weather, and when it came to me, they seemed to think I'm an all-you-can-eat snack bar. Even the thought of those red bumps on my skin made me itch. Good thing I had Mom get me enough mosquito repellent cream to cover both me and the sleeping bag. Not that I would need it, but you get the idea. "Don't trip, Milla. The roots are all over the place here," Kara shouted from the front. She was right. With a lot of the older trees enjoying the lake water and the sunshine whenever it came, their roots were everywhere. The bigger ones tended to have two stuck up in the middle of the path for the not-so-coordinated, a.k.a. me, to trip over. There were, of course, moments where I surprised myself with graceful landings. Not that I had one now, because I was being extra careful to step over anything sticking out of the ground. Kara, Simone, and Taylor did not have those problems. All three of them had grace from doing some sort of athletic sport or dance from middle school. One of the three took ballet, and it'd probably surprise you which one. Jake, on the other hand, was an unknown. He was an indoor child like me, and yet the clumsiness mutation seemed to skip him entirely. I watched the others walk normally across the forest floor without a hint of stumbling or having to hold onto a tree trunk to get over something. It wasn't even that bad, but my luck was genuinely bad. My chest burned a little bit with envy as my hands were once again meeting the rough bark of another tree trunk. Why couldn't my dad invest in sports when I was a child instead of teach me music? Okay, wait. Inside was still a good place. "A few more feet, Mills. The lake's right here," Kara shouted again, pointing to a bright light at the end of the line of trees. Finally. I charged forward with renewed determination and stubbornness towards the light and, hopefully, flat ground. The forest would not stop me now. Unfortunately, as I thought that, the toe of my boot caught on something that pulled me back. Needless to say, my face and the ground had another reunion. Dirt had a rather unpleasant taste, I must say. "Milla, you okay?" Jake's voice asked from above me. I looked up at him, his face torn between concern and amusement. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. "Yeah, I'm fine." My hands were a little tender when I shifted my body to its knees. Of course, I had to check them. The skin was a little red and pressed with small stones, but no blood, so there was nothing to be concerned about. But I'd still have to check my knees when we got to the lake. Jake held out a hand to me. I took it and bit my lip to try and fight back the stinging as he helped me up to my feet. Soon as I was up, I quickly pulled away and started gently brushing stones from my hands. The stinging was definitely agonizing. "You sure you're that okay?" he asked, watching me with a concerned expression on his face. "Nothing major." I moved past him towards the others who were waiting for us at the tree line. "Let's go." That was the end of it. Jake walked silently behind me for the rest of the way, no doubt making sure I wouldn't make another reunion with the dirt. I was all right, though, just a little bruised pride. There was nothing else to talk about until we got to the lake. That was when we were all amazed. Since we'd never been out here before, the view from the clearing along it was nothing short of perfect. The camping spot was a small distance from the water and cleared out, such that the ground was perfect for pitching tents or sleeping out with nothing but a couple of air mattresses like we planned to. Someone had even left a small ring of stones that would be great for a campfire. Between this and the blue water, I'd want to build a cabin out here. One day. "So, who's setting up what?" Simone asked, finally breaking the peaceful silence while it lasted. "I'll do one of the mattresses if you do the fire," I offered. The break to sit down was probably a better idea than going back into the trees for wood. "Deal," Taylor said before shrugging his bags off of his shoulders and handing the one with the bed inside to me. "Sim, you can help me if you want." "You got it," she said before taking her own backpack off and following after him. Kara watched them go before smiling at Jake and me. "Guess we're on camp duty." Sunset quickly came after we set up camp. One minute it was bright out and we were using the bicycle pump to try and blow up the 2 queen-size mattresses. You could see everything and where the noise came from. The next minute it was all dark as the sun started moving behind the mountain. The trees seemed to house a new kind of darkness that I couldn't identify with. It didn't freak me out or anything, but there was always the idea of not knowing what could be living out in the middle of that wilderness. The only beacon that kept a sense of warmth in my heart was the fire that Simone and Taylor had got going in the circle of stones. The flames danced as our group was seated around it, each of us holding a stick with a marshmallow stuck on the end of it, because sugar made everything good. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I swore I saw something stir out of the corner of my eye among the shadow of the trees around us. I just had to break the silence before we fell asleep, though it wasn't even 8 yet. "Guys, we should do something fun." "Like what?" Jake asked from across the fire, pulling back his browned marshmallow and blowing out the tiny ember that came with it. When he pulled it off, it was deliciously gooey on the inside. "Just something. We didn't come out here to just sit around a fire all weekend, did we?" The others shrugged and followed Jake's example of pulling their sticks off the fire. "She's not wrong, you know," Simone piped in. "We should play a game or something, since we obviously left all the fun banned substances at home." "Well," Jake said, earning a curious look from all of us. "What? Did you really think I wouldn't be able to pull something off?" Needless to say, a round of no's went around the fire before Jake grabbed his bag from behind his back. He unzipped it and reached into the bottom and pulled out a surprise for all of us. A bottle of cheap whiskey that he probably grabbed from his dad's liquor cabinet. "Way to go, Jake. You actually managed to pull this one off." Taylor even gave him a round of sarcastic, slow claps for it. Well, I couldn't say I liked alcohol anyway, but this kind of thing happened when you dropped a bunch of kids in the middle of nowhere without adult supervision. Jake opened the bottle and took the first drink. A couple of gulps later, and he had to put the bottle down between his knees the way he was coughing. "Could never get used to that," he said, his voice scratchier than usual, before he passed the bottle over to Simone. By the time it came to me, the bottle was half empty, and the strong smell coming from inside was making my nose wrinkle. Maybe I should pass on this one. "Come on, Mills. It's not like we have much to share anyway." When I looked up at Kara, the others were also staring at me expectantly. Great. This was what they were talking about in those peer pressure booklets at the school counselor's office. I looked between them, and the brown whiskey danced with the reflection of the fire next to it. I didn't drink a lot, so this was more than likely going to give me a headache in the morning. When I took a sip of it, the stuff burned a hot trail down my throat as if I was swallowing lava. "Mill, you don't have to do it anymore," Simone said, reaching out her hand for the bottle. "The look on your face is painful enough. Give it here." "It's not that bad." Okay, it was, but I didn't want to be the odd one out here. Sure, Jake might have coughed half a lung up, but at least he got more than just a sip down. I could do this. Stealing what little courage I had, I decided to try again, but drinking more this time. A couple of seconds later, my throat disagreed, and the fire started again. I couldn't do this. Then it happened again. A glimpse of something moving somewhere below the trees. When I spared another glance, the darkness remained still again. Was this the work of alcohol? Chapter 6. Mila. The next morning came with a splash. Literally. It was probably late in the day already when I came back from dreamland to find myself drenched in lake water with a smiling group of my best friends standing over me, Jake with a bottle from last night that was now filled with lake water, and the others with concerned expressions on their faces. "Guys, what the hell?" I yelled at them before I noticed that I wasn't on the air mattress anymore. The sand underneath me wasn't rough, so it wasn't so bad, but how did I end up here? "Well, you weren't moving much," Kara answered. "They were going to toss you in, but the bottle thing seemed like a better idea. You sleep like the dead, Mills." The others nodded at me, backing up her story. I suppose I couldn't be too upset. When I looked around the lakeside we were camping at, it had to be around noon already. Even my stomach seemed to agree with this with a loud growl. "Any chance you guys save me some food?" I asked before I moved my tired body to its feet. Clearly, if it wasn't for this lot whom I call friends, I'd have slept longer. "Of course," Taylor said. "It's in the bag next to the fire pit. You can grab something before we head out." The others headed back to our stuff, and I noticed that they were dropping a couple of extra water bottles in their bags. "Where are you going?" "Just going to take a hike up the mountain. Apparently the view is one of the best things in the area." This was tempting. I had to admit that I was a sucker for a good photo opportunity, since my dad showed me some old photography books when I was a kid. There was something about all those photos that made me want to go to those places, and I wanted to take something like that myself. "Okay, let's go." After that, I practically ran back to our bags and packed in what I could for an easy hike, as well as changing into my hiking shoes. There was definitely a chance of us having to climb up rocks, and I definitely couldn't wear my normal sneakers for that. An unusual buzz of excitement ran through me when I started putting on sunscreen and a hat. Was this what Kara felt all the time? It's not bad. Exhausting, but not bad. "Ready to go, guys?" Jake called out with his bag already strapped to his back and a sports cap on his head. The others gave him a nod, each one strapping their backpacks to their bodies. "Then let's go. The mattresses will be fine here until we come back." And so we left the campsite. The trail we had taken up the mountain ran alongside the river, so it was pretty much straightforward. All around us was the sound of pure, unadulterated nature, and I loved it. The loud chirping of birds, the little scratching sounds up in the trees, and of course the running water next to us, all of it decorated by a background of a beautiful rich green and dark brown. We definitely had to come out here more often. I wasn't sure how long we'd been walking, but I could have sworn I heard my calves complaining by the time we turned into the forest. It had to be quite far out, because the plants out here were much bigger and darker than what was down by the lakeside. The trees themselves were even thicker and untouched. The shade they were providing was also much more absolute by the time we stopped for a break against a few of the trees. I sat down next to a large oak in particular and dug my phone out of my bag to check the time. It was just after 4. We'd been out here for hours. "Guys, it's getting late. Shouldn't we head back?" I suggested. If there was one thing about the woods that anyone knew, it was the fact that hanging around at night wasn't a good idea. Whether you were in a group like ours or not, it was still not a good idea. "We're almost there, Mills. Don't worry." Kara might say this, but she didn't watch half the horror movies I did. I wasn't about to become serial killer bait. Jake got to his feet, stretching out his back. "Come, let's go. If we want to see the view before sunset, we got to get moving." We all gave our own version of yes before we started walking again. I fell into a slower pace by the time we hit the uphill again, my calves burning from this unnatural amount of exercise I'd suddenly forced upon them. It's easy to see why I never took up sports. As long as I could still put one foot in front of the other, I was happy enough to stick to this amount of movement. There were at least some nice views to enjoy. There were a few animals here and there, but nothing too dangerous as they scattered as soon as they heard us passing by. "Hey, Mills." Kara tapped on my shoulder, telling me to walk at a slightly slower pace. "There's something I wanted to tell you." "Yeah?" Her face turned serious for a second before she looked at the rest of our group. "I was going to tell you guys over dinner, but I figured I should tell you first. I got a letter from one of the colleges which I applied for out of state." My eyes widened. That was big news. Kara was aiming for one of the best schools in the country. She never told me what for, but it had to be something really big if she was aiming for something out of state instead of the state college where my father worked. Quite a few of the graduates from our school ended up there before either leaving town for good or coming back to take over their parents' businesses. "And don't keep me in suspense here." A big smile spread across her face. "I got in. Partial scholarship, too, if I keep my grades up." "That's great!" I threw my arms around her in a big hug. "Congratulations!" "Thanks, Mills. I just wanted to say thank you for everything. I don't know what I'd do without everyone here. I'm going to miss you guys when I head off to college." We both smiled at each other before I stepped forward a few paces ahead of her, so she wouldn't see the sappy expression on my face. There was always the chance that we'd have to separate after high school, but I didn't want that kind of thing to come so soon. There was still a long way until graduation, after all. "We're going to miss you, too. But at least there's video calling, so you can keep us updated, right?" "Yeah, sure," Kara smiled. "Just don't complain when I come bugging you guys too often." "I will try." We both laughed. We walked on for some time before taking a short break. As I stopped to take a breather and drink from my water bottle, my attention fell on the strange patterns on the ground. What are these? They looked rather huge for animal tracks. I followed the tracks, which led further away from the group to a line of thick bushes. Whatever it was, it must have gone in there. I had no intention of finding out what it was, but at that moment, a foreboding dawned on me that there was a slight chance that the rumors and legends were true. Could there really be werewolves out here? Just as I was turned around to make my way back, I heard the sound of leaves rustling behind. I flicked around, hoping I heard wrong. There was a moment of silence. Then it came again, and again, louder and more vigorous each time. I began to step back slowly, afraid to agitate whatever it was in the bushes. A furious growl broke the silence all of a sudden, and I turned and ran as fast as I could with a burst of energy I never knew existed in me. I could hear rushed footsteps apart from my own. Whatever those tracks belonged to was chasing after me, but I didn't dare turn around to find out what my pursuer was. "Help! Help!" I yelled as soon as I caught sight of my friends in the distance ahead. Why did I have to follow the tracks? The befuddled faces of my friends greeted my arrival, but they soon turned grave, as they must have noticed whatever that was behind me. I tripped on the uneven ground and fell. "Mills, behind you!" Taylor shouted as Kara exclaimed, "What is that?" Lying on the ground, I turned around with my arms in front of my face to block whatever was behind me. It was a huge black wolf snarling ravenously. A rock flew across the air and hit the wolf's face. "Run, Mills!" Jake shouted. It growled, more ferociously this time, and jumped right at me. I held out my hands, my heart at my throat. I am going to die. The rumors were real, and now I would never live to tell the tale. But instead of finding myself face to face with the beast, nothing touched me. Then I heard Jake scream. Apparently the beast had gone for him after he threw the rock at it. More shouting and the sounds of hurried footsteps. When I turned and pushed myself up, my friends and the beast were nowhere in sight. The beast must be chasing after them. Trying desperately to catch my breath, I started to run. I ran and ran. All I wanted to do was to get as far away from that beast as possible. After a while, I realized I was in unfamiliar territory, as I was sure we didn't pass this way before. I wanted to call for my friends, but I was afraid it would alert the beast of my whereabouts. Exhausted, I slowed to a brisk walk before I stopped to rest by a huge old tree. Somewhere ahead was a group of strange-looking rocks that I couldn't help but notice. There was something odd about a bunch of boulders arranged in a circle for no reason. I stepped closer to the formation. Wonder what these are for. The moss growing on the rocks suggested that it was here for a long time, so maybe it was a natural occurrence after all. As I walked through the circle, I spotted something. It was a rock, but was different from the others. One, it was directly in the middle of everything, and two, it had an exquisite shade of red. It had to be valuable or something. I didn't know why, but something about it captivated me. If I made it back alive, I could use it for a necklace for Mom or something. She always did like red. Wiggling the stone out of its nest was easier than I thought it would be. It was also surprisingly light for a rock that was the size of an egg. The sky had turned orange. It would be dark soon. I had to find my friends. I decided to go back the way I came, praying the beast had already gone somewhere else. Even the slightest sound like the snapping of twigs or blowing of the wind kept me on edge, hinting the possible presence of the huge wolf. I was drenched in sweat, and the smell of dirt and stale grass was all around me. I was about to give up the search when I heard something nearby the surrounding trees. It must be the wolf. As I got ready to break into a run, a familiar voice called. "Mills?" It was Kara. Thank God. Never had I been so glad to see her. Chapter 7. Milla. That thing went after Jake. I saw it bite his arm and pin him down. Then it turned to look at me. I couldn't do anything. I was so scared. I just ran. I know I should have tried to do something. Kara broke into tears as she filled me in on what happened. It's not your fault. None of us could stand up to a creature like that. I'd have run too if I were you. Kara seemed to calm down a little at my words. We need to find the others and get back to town before nightfall. You are right, Kara said, and we were on the move again, headed for the lake. The louder sounds around us were the crunch of the dirt beneath our feet as we walked on in the direction we came. I had to admit, if it wasn't for the marked path we had taken from the town to the lake, it would have been much harder. Since a lot of the townsfolk liked heading out to the lake, someone had the smart idea of putting up strips of reflector tape on some of the trees leading back to town for when you couldn't see the main path during the day. Even now, the little strips of yellow were doing their job as we made our way forward. By the time we reached the lake, there was still no trace of the others. Were we the first ones to arrive back here? Night had fallen. It would seem a proper decision to wait for the others, but there was no knowing if they were still here or already back in town. Moreover, we could hardly search for them in all this darkness, even if we stayed. After much discussion, Kara and I decided it was best for us to head back to town and ask for help instead of running blindly in the dark. We tried to stay close to each other, with me in front and the torchlight leading the way. After what seemed like an eternity, I caught sight of small lights in the distance. "Almost there," I whispered, letting out a sigh of relief knowing we were close to civilization. Kara fell silent. I looked back, shining the torch behind me to find that she was gone. She was right behind me just seconds ago. Where did she go? "Kara!" I called out. "Kara, where are you?" "Milla!" A male voice startled me, and I literally jumped at it. It was Taylor, illuminated under the beam of my torchlight, running towards me with Jake and Simone quickly following behind. "Oh my, I am so glad you are safe. Where's Kara?" I shrugged. I don't know. She was right here, and then all of a sudden she was gone. Taylor scanned the empty forest around us, scanning the empty space between the trees. Let's look around. She can't have just disappeared. Did she have her torch with her? Yeah, she still had her bag on her back and everything. He nodded before the four of us scanned the ground below us for prints of her boots. There was a break in the footprints that led off into the trees. We glanced at each other. This is bad. Come on, we gotta follow it, Jake said before stepping forward and following the marks first. It was heading out of the path towards town and heading up into the mountains. The bad feeling I was having earlier intensified the further we followed this trail, and soon enough it was even making me nauseous. Something bad was going to happen. I just knew it. Turn back, a voice whispered in my ear out of nowhere. It sounded all raspy, like something that had been swallowing dust, and made the hairs on the back of my neck rise a little. I looked around at the others to see if they heard it too, but it seemed like they heard nothing. However, before I could think to ask, they stopped. The wide-eyed, terrified expressions on their faces halted me. It was like a scene straight out of a nightmare. There was a familiar head of gold laying on the ground, wide-eyed and looking straight at us. And just next to it was someone or something standing right over her, dripping in red. Chapter 8. Mila. Kara. No. In that moment, it was like our entire world stopped. I couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't feel anything but the dead, cold air around us. All of us were still trying to process what we had just seen. Kara was lying there, and there was so much red. It wasn't until we heard the growl that we stared at the thing above her. What the hell was that? It stood like a person with clothes hanging off its body, but it was monstrous. It let out another growl, looking up at us with its yellow eyes shining with malice. The boys slowly moved in front of Simone and me to cover us. Their wide-eyed expressions told me that they were just as scared as we were, but that still didn't stop them. Don't scream, and step back very slowly, Taylor breathed out before we all tried to take a few shaky steps back. My legs were barely cooperating as the tears in my eyes started to flow. As I watched the monster sniff the air around Kara again, we tried to move as quietly as we could back into the trees. The flashlight she had in her hand now was the only beacon we could see in the darkness, and it was the place we were trying our best to move away from. My heart was pounding against the skin of my chest so loudly, I was afraid that this thing could hear me. This was not how things were supposed to end. It was supposed to be a fun weekend with just the 5 of us. Nothing like this ever happened in real life outside of a horror movie. Thoughts like these circled in my mind as we managed to gain a distance between us and that thing. But then I had the one thought you should never have in this kind of situation, that it couldn't get any worse. It was like everything moved back into full speed again. We were finally moving towards town, the torches we had dropped earlier in our search for Kara lighting the forest floor next to our bags. The thing seemed to be content sniffing around for the time being, as we slowly picked up the torches and hid the lit end against the material of our jackets, hoping it would hide our presence enough as we tried to move backwards into the darkness. It was up to Simone and me to carefully maneuver the boys and us around the trees as we moved away from the light. It felt like we had been moving for an eternity before we could manage to move far enough to spot the real lights we wanted to see. Home. It was faint, but it made my heart swell with hope, and for a second I forgot what was in the other direction, until I heard a sound that took the same hope in my chest and popped it like gum. It echoed all around us and vibrated through my spine like a lightning bolt. If there was a word I could have used to describe it, a roar. Run! We all took off as fast as our legs could carry us because our lives depended on it, running for the safety that those lights on the other end of those trees promised. It took everything to fuel the effort of moving one foot in front of the other. I felt as if there was nothing left to breathe in my chest and a million things racing in my mind. I ran through the dark with nothing but was in my pockets and a faint idea of the way home. Just follow the lights. I could hear the thing moving again. It obviously heard us taking off in our own directions, and it seemed to be somewhere near me. Just follow the lights. The rumble of the footsteps all around me and the loud panting of my breath flooded my ears. My head dared a glance to the side, and I saw it. Another monster! It was coming for me. When I faced forward again, there was a flash of silver right in front of me, knocking me off my balance. A scream tore through the air as something swiped harshly across my shoulder, tearing the material of my clothing and sinking into my shoulder. The skin burned like hell as I landed on the ground. The same monster that stood over my best friend earlier was now on top of me. The hot tears on my face and the fire on my shoulder were nothing compared to the chill that was creeping into my heart. This was it. I would be seeing Kara very soon. I shut my eyes very tightly before I heard another growl. This one was full of anger and didn't sound like the other one. It came with another rumble of footsteps headed my direction. It was only when I opened my eyes that I saw another unbelievable sight. It was the giant wolf we saw earlier. It moved like one of those stampedes on the Nature Channel, but with the kind of grace you only saw in lions. It leapt and tackled the monster above me, taking the thing off its feet and into the trunk of the nearest tree with a fierce growl. It didn't seem to be enough as the monster tried to grab the wolf with its claws and teeth, fighting each other on the ground like a couple of dogs, all fur, dust, and teeth. This was my chance. Using what little energy I had left, I forced my body up to my unsteady feet and took off. With my other hand over my burning shoulder, I didn't allow myself to stop until I got to the hole in Taylor's fence. As soon as I was within the familiar surroundings of the backyard that was supposed to be where the best weekend of our year began, I took my final steps to the deck and finally allowed myself to black out on top of one of Taylor's lawn chairs. Milla? Was someone calling me? Milla. I definitely heard it that time. My body didn't want to respond just yet, though. It finally had a few seconds to relax, and now the real world decided to not grant a person a break. After running for my life more than once and getting injured in the process, I just wanted this time to myself. It's time to awaken. Your time has yet to begin. My eyes snapped open as my mind started wandering back to the voice I just heard. Who the hell was that? It definitely wasn't someone I'd met before that I can remember. And what the hell was it talking about? Great, almost dying had finally pushed me towards insanity. If I started hearing voices, it would land me on the next bus to a therapist's office. My shoulder throbbed, reminding me about the matter at hand. I wasn't outside anymore. Definitely wasn't out long, since the beige curtains in the room were still drawn, but I was on a sofa. Milla? Simone's voice asked from somewhere in the room. I turned towards her, and there she was, red in the face and wet cheeks, staring at me as if she couldn't believe I was here. Guys, she's awake! A few seconds later, Jake and Taylor ran into the room with Taylor's father right behind them. As much as I was relieved to see that none of them were hurt, I remembered that Kara was not here. How long was I out? They found you outside just after 9 when they came running into the yard and beating the door down, Mr. Polk said with a worried frown on his face. So I'm not sure. Can't have been long if we managed to patch you up so quickly. My hand moved to my shoulder as the thing's face flashed in my mind again, causing another wave of tears to form. Simone and the boys all looked about ready to join in. I need to get home. Mom was probably back if it was after 9, and she would have called. My hand fell in my pocket before I remembered. It fell back in the woods with my bag. All I had on me was that rock I picked up. That settled things. I needed to go. When I tried to move from the couch, everyone tried to stop me from moving too much, considering I blacked out earlier from possible blood loss. Somehow I didn't feel it. In fact, I had more energy than anyone in my place would have had. It took a lot of reassurances that I was fine before Taylor's dad finally agreed to let everyone walk me home. He had gotten his gun with him in case anything happened. Well, anything more. The walk home, on the other hand, was quiet. Sounds of crickets and the faint buzzing of the streetlights were the only things I could hear, other than us. No one wanted to speak to each other, even if there was anything to be said. It was probably the saddest walk home I've had in years. I just needed my shower and to curl up next to my mom so she could tell me that everything would be all right, and then when Dad got back, I could pretend everything was normal again. My heart ached when I remembered that this was the new normal, a new normal without Kara. When we arrived in front of my house, Mom's car was in the driveway, but the lights were all off. She wasn't working in the kitchen tonight? Usually late nights were reserved for recipe testing and scanning the internet for new decor ideas for the next events. It looked as empty now as it usually did during the day. If it wasn't for the car in the driveway, I'd have said that she wasn't home. We walked up to the front door and knocked on the door quite loudly. There was no answer even after 5 minutes. Same thing when we tried a second time. A third time. No answer. "Maybe you should try one of the spare keys," Jake suggested. I'd almost forgotten about that. I stepped to the bushes under the living room windows. It took a few minutes to feel around with my hands in the dirt before I had the key. After brushing off all the sand and dried mud stuck in between the grooves, it was a dull silver again. I moved back to the door and slid the key in. When I tried to turn it, I discovered something very unexpected. It was unlocked. "That's odd," I whispered as I opened the door quietly. Taylor's dad stepped forward with his gun raised, telling us to wait here while he searched the house for anyone that may have been inside. What if something had happened to my mom while I was gone? That was something I wouldn't be able to handle, not this soon, not even for 20 years from now. Simone placed a cold hand on my arm before I took her hand in mine to keep them from shaking. The boys did the same, each one with their own warmth, until we heard the word, "Clear," coming from upstairs. "Come on, let's take a seat." Simone pulled me forward and led me to the living room. Everything was just as I remembered it, maybe a little cleaner, but there was nothing to tell me where my mother was. When we passed by the kitchen, I saw a mug on the counter. It was actually the last sign that she was anywhere in the house today. Nobody else used that blue mug with the gold rim. That was specifically her mug. I let go of Simone's hand and walked over to the countertop. When I curled my hand around the mug, it was already cold. Her tea had been left here for a few hours at least. Could have been longer. The cold seemed to remind me of outside. What happened this evening was finally starting to sink in with another throb of my shoulder, as well as the tears and dirt left on my clothes. We'd lost a friend tonight, and one of the people in my life I wanted to see the most in this moment had vanished. When I looked up at the small window that joined the living room and the kitchen, I could see my friends spread out on the sofas. The mutual look of exhaustion seemed to be on all our faces, and there was an empty space that was exclusively reserved for Kara. My gaze fell to the counter once again. She was our spot of sunshine in the rest of the dark world, and we couldn't even save her. We didn't try. I didn't try. How would we come back from this was probably the question on all of our minds. Jake was likely going to be the most devastated because of the fact that he knew Kara the longest. They were in the 1st grade together. After that was Taylor in the 3rd grade. Simone and I only joined them in junior high when it was still weird to find a girl so attached to 2 boys and nothing romantic was going on between them. Little did we know that she was just as capable of taking them on in both fights and a good eating competition. Looking at our boys now, though, they definitely looked as if a light shove could take them out. Taylor was busy looking through my dad's liquor cabinet with Jake, easily forgetting that his own dad was busy on the phone upstairs with the sheriff's office. I was still in the kitchen. My hand never left Mom's coffee mug as I stood there staring at its golden rim. The color was darker than the gold I had seen earlier this evening, but it still brought the memories back. My heart felt as if it was going to shatter with each beat, but my body was frozen, just like the first time I saw that thing. "Mills," Simone called from the living room. My head raised lazily before I saw her gesturing for me to come to the living room. I used all of my strength to take each step, my hand having to use the wall as support as I made my way over to my friends. Simone stood up before holding out a piece of paper on it with my name scribbled on it with an unreadable expression. It couldn't have been good news. "I found this on the coffee table." I cautiously took it from her hands before moving to curl up in my father's recliner in the corner. How many afternoons were spent in this chair when I was a child? It was a safe space for my father and me, curled up together in this big brown seat with our books. It made me wish he was here now more than ever, especially when I opened the letter and read it. Mila, they will kill us all. Leave Strangeville now. Don't come back. Mom. My hands shook as I read the paper in my hands over and over again. What did my mother mean? What happened that freaked her out so badly? I launched from the safety of the recliner and ran from the living room up the stairs to the second floor. Pictures of the three of us, Mom, Dad, and I, hung on the wall as if to make me wonder what was happening right now. We looked so happy in each one that it didn't make sense. When I arrived at the door of my parents' bedroom, my hands hesitated before they slowly grabbed the brass handle. What did I hope to find on the other side? A trashed space with empty hangers and open closet doors, or a familiar sight with nothing changed? Did I want to know the answers to all the kinds of questions buzzing around in my head? I turned the handle and pushed the door open to find that nothing had changed. Even the old duffel bag where Mom kept stuff from her college days was still here. I stepped in and moved to the bed. Their bed. It was still unmade, and the sheets were thrown back as if my mother was still in bed moments before she left. Everything was still here, except them. But why didn't it feel like it? And what was about to happen? Dropping face first onto the firm mattress, I let out a loud yelp as something sharp poked me in the ribs. What was that? I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the stone I'd picked up earlier today before throwing it towards the open closet. I couldn't stand to look at it now. Not when it was the same yellow as that thing's eyes. I grabbed one of the pillows and hugged it closely to my chest, letting the remains of the scent of my mother's shampoo comfort me as I listened to the sounds going on downstairs. There were still many things to be done, but I didn't want to do anything, even when the sound of police sirens started to echo from down the street. Chapter 9. Mila. The silence at home was starting to drive me insane. Most days I would stay in the safety of my bed, hugging the photo of my friends and me to my chest as I mourned the loss of my best friend. After the sheriff's visit to the house the night Mom left, news kind of spread around town about Kara and my mom's disappearing. Neither of them was related, I hoped, but people could come up with anything given the right amount of gossip fuel. We told the sheriff everything that happened that night, having a hard time explaining about the monster who took Kara. Poor Kara. None of us could make out what it was exactly, much less the sheriff, who expressed confusion and skepticism about our statement. There had been reported sightings of strange creatures near the mountains in the past. Most of them till this day remained unsolved. Could this and the past incidents really be related? And there was Mom's disappearance, too. I hope that wasn't linked to these events. After we told the police about the attack and what happened to Kara that night, they conducted a search in the woods where we were attacked, but all they could find were bloodstains on the ground. Kara's blood. There was no sign of Kara's body. Hence it was speculated Kara was attacked by a grizzly or something. But we knew better. Kara's disappearance became the talk of the town since. Some believed she was still alive, but this possibility waned with each passing day, and soon all that would remain of Kara in town would be her missing person poster and the memories of her, honored by her devastated parents and friends. There were several missed calls on my phone by the afternoon of the first day. Each voicemail I had listened to said something similar. Either they were sorry about what happened, whether it was about Kara or my mother, or it was the few that actually wanted to check in and know what happened. I couldn't respond to either. Truthfully, my emotions were all over the place, so there was no telling what I actually felt. The biggest one of them was numbness. This is where Mrs. Ferris came in to save the day. Being Mom's best friend and now my self-appointed new godmother, she took possession of the house's spare key and told me that I could stay by myself as long as she could come in and take care of me, before and after she took care of the bakery. As much as I wanted my father here instead, every time I picked up the phone to call him, I couldn't do it. How do you tell your father that your wife of 20 years and the mother of your child just packed a bag and left one evening, leaving only a scrap of paper as a clue? The note she left didn't even make sense. What sort of danger was she talking about? Why couldn't she take me with her? The last one was probably my biggest question. Anyway, it didn't matter now. I was left here alone with no legal way to leave town anyway. Sure, Mom's minivan was here, but I was a minor that didn't even have a learner's permit. What was I expected to do? Leave the state by myself and have to explain to the highway patrol that a letter that my mother left me said to take the car across state lines without a license? Not a chance. Instead, I would just stay here and go back to school. There was little choice about that one after Mrs. Ferris told me that the principal called to check in if I was in the hospital or something. So here I stood at the front door of the house, wearing one of my father's college hoodies as my security blanket and the stone I found in the woods in my pocket as I locked the front door behind me. The world outside was brighter than I remembered. I pulled the hood up over my hair and walked to school. It'll be the first time I've been there in 2 weeks. There was no word from Simone, Jake, or Taylor since the sheriff's interviews with each of us about what happened with Kara. I wondered if they had gone to school during this time, or were they shut in like me? Everyone had their own way of dealing with loss, and this was probably the only time we lost a friend this close to all of us. Thoughts about how my friends have been were soon interrupted by the sight of that familiar brick school building. The students there were happily talking to each other, and some were comparing pictures on their phones of likely whatever was trending online. It looked like it always did. And something about that made me not want to be here. Were we the only ones that heard about that thing? Or was the story just pushed aside like it was yesterday's news? It's been almost 2 weeks, so what could I expect? That was what I thought until I walked into the school building. No one was stopping and staring at me as my mind wanted to believe, but there were a few surprised looks and whispering between groups. I kept my hood up and walked on, trying to ignore the words around me. Some joked about who was I. Some talked about where I'd been for so long as if I'd been gone all term. And there were those that knew the story but didn't know what the people in my year were buzzing about. Those were the ones with the pity in their stares when they heard from their friends about Kara, the girl who'd gone missing during our camping trip. Then there was the poster. Her yearbook photo right there on the notice board with her name and that word stamped right above it on the poster. Missing. My heart ached the longer I stared at that photo as the image of the last time I'd seen her flashed before my eyes again. My hand moved into the pocket of my hoodie and closed around the stone. I don't understand why, but having that thing with me had become a bit of a comfort. After I threw it across the room the first night, something inside me made me go pick it up again and keep it with me. It was as if I was a little attached to it without knowing what on earth it was. Maybe that was something I could focus on to keep myself busy. I knew it wasn't a gemstone or anything, so maybe it was some sort of crystal that people used for something. It probably wasn't worth a lot of money, but the idea would be nice to think about. Maybe I'll head to the library after school or something. When I went to the library again, Artie wasn't at the librarian's desk for a change. Instead, Mr. Howard was finally there and looking like he wanted nothing more than to return to his office for a nap or something. Couldn't blame him. I felt the same. We shared a quick hello before I headed to one of the nonfiction shelves. There had to be something on gemstones somewhere in here. There were a lot of books between the G label to gemstone, surprisingly. It took a few moments before I just grabbed a couple of books on geology and headed to the nearest table. It was the study of all things rock-related, so why not gemstones? Flipping through a Geology 101 textbook, it was a little sad to find more about rock formations in cave than what I was looking for. Even the small sections on gems were only on diamonds and quartz. Whatever this stone was, it wasn't quartz. With a sigh, I shut the book and grabbed the next one that was supposed to be on precious metals. There had to be over 100 pictures of stones in there, but only a few of them were close to this one in color. Shape was a different story, since gems could be cut after being found. I took the stone out of my pocket and placed it on the book, trying to compare them to the photos inside. Not that one. Not that one. Close-ish. I looked between the shades of yellow that the two rocks had and figured it was close enough since I was nowhere near a gem expert. Amber. Something very old and only valuable if there was something stuck in it. Great. I couldn't sell it in this town, considering it was clear of anything that could be mistaken as valuable. I held it up to the light for a second. Guess it could make a pretty necklace. I should remember to look around my dad's old stuff for something to tie it with. Slipping the thing back into my pocket, I noticed a familiar head of light brown hair peeking out from the fiction shelf. Farm boy? Was he following me again? I had to find out what he wanted because this was weird. Not even just getting there. It was already there. Pushing myself up to my feet, I stomped towards him. When I turned the corner, he was standing there with a book in his hands, as if this was what people did in the library all the time. "What is your problem?" I hissed at him. "You. I told you to stay away from the mountains." I was about to ask what he was talking about before I remembered that he did give me a warning before we left for the mountains. If we had just stayed at the lake that night, then maybe that thing wouldn't have come close to us. Then maybe Kara would have survived. What did he know, though? Did he see the missing posters and make his own assumptions about what happened like the rest of the school? Or did he know more than he was letting on? "Where is it? The stone." The rock I found? What did that have to do with anything that happened that day? "Why does it matter if one of us did?" He seemed to bristle at that. Apparently he didn't like to be questioned back, but there was something about his behavior. Besides the aggression, he seemed very antsy about this stone business, which didn't make sense. It was a rock. "It needs to go back to its rightful place before it's too late. Things are going to be so much worse. Just saying." "What do you mean?" "Meet me behind the bleachers on the football field after school." With that, he moved away. Watching him, he seemed to have a minor limp in his left leg as he moved. Wonder what happened that he got busted up like that. There wasn't any gossip going around about fights going on in the school recently. Chapter 10. Milla. The school bell went off, making me jump and start running back towards my world history class. Great, another lecture incoming. After the last bell rang, everyone was practically jumping out of the windows to get out of class. Who could blame them? It was Friday, and we had to sit through this last class just before the weekend started. The only one that didn't seem to be in a rush to get home was me. As the rest of the class flooded out of class, I stayed at my desk with my book still open in front of me. Even though I had been stuck on the same 2 pages for the entire class, there was something comforting about the repetitiveness in reading them. "Miss Dubois." I looked up to see my teacher standing behind her desk, looking concerned. "Class ended already. Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Questions like this were something I'd gotten used to since our break ended, since Kara... A deep sigh escaped me before I shut the book in front of me and stuffed it into my bag. I could see the pity in Mrs. Carraway's eyes when I slid my bag onto my shoulders. There was something that told me she was going to restart the whole, "You know you can come to me" talk, like she first did when Kara's first missing poster went up. I didn't want to hear it. There was somewhere else I had to be. Shrugging Mrs. Carraway off, I left the class and made my way down to the football field. The hallways of the school were practically empty compared to earlier, with just a few students hanging out here and there to talk to their friends about their upcoming weekend plans or to shove most of their books into their lockers. It seemed like a long time ago when the 5 of us sat together at our usual table outside, thinking about how we could see each other over the weekend, if we could get Simone to escape her mother, or if Jake and I would be willing to leave the house. Now we could barely say anything. It was as if we drifted apart a little more each time someone brought up Kara. The time we needed each other the most became the time we started avoiding each other. When I got to the bleachers, the space was big and empty aside from Trevor, who was sitting on the top row, his hands clasped together in front of him as if he was trying to figure out how this conversation would go before it even happened. Walking up the stairs to where he was, I noticed that he was looking at me, a look of urgency and impatience on his face, clearly the signs of someone who wanted a conversation. "You're here," he said as I sat down beside him. "We don't have much time, so I will cut to the chase. First, what I'm going to tell you might sound crazy, but there's no other way to explain it. Are you ready for this?" Yes, I said. My heart started to race. Although I didn't know this Trevor well, a part of me believed what he was going to say was true, and all the scary things that were happening were connected to me. I just hoped it was just my imagination gone wild. "The shifters are back," he said, almost in a whisper. "Shifters? Back? I don't understand." "Yes, shifters are basically dangerous beasts who are able to take on human form." I knew what shifters were, but there's no need to declare, so I just let him continue. "The stone you found is no ordinary object. It's an ancient magic stone. When you took it from its formation, you unlocked the seal, an ancient seal that locked the shifters' powers away all this time, but not anymore. With me so far? Wait, are you saying that the shifters really exist?" "Yes, you saw it yourself, didn't you? That night at the woods? That dark creature that bit your friend wasn't an ordinary beast. It's a most terrifying and evil being, a dragon shifter." So, we weren't seeing things after all. But wait, how do you know what happened in the woods that night? "I was there when that thing attacked you. Promise me you won't freak out at what I'm going to tell you." "I will try." "Okay. I was that wolf." "Wait, what? That's not even funny." "It's not supposed to be. I am what they call a werewolf. I believe you don't need any introduction on what that is. My family and I are the ones guarding the stone. We kept those who wandered near the mountains away all these years. Those reports of beast sightings in the woods, they were us, trying to keep them away from the stone. Unfortunately, that didn't work on you." "What do you mean?" I asked. "In fact, I tried to chase you and your friends away that day in the woods." "That wolf that came out of the bushes and pounced on me, that was you?" "Yes. I'm sorry if I frightened you." I couldn't believe it. All this time, those talks of shifters were real. Save us? It certainly didn't seem that way. "Sorry, I was trying to scare you off so you all would have no chance of finding the stone," he said, looking slightly guilty. "I am sorry I couldn't make it in time to save your friend. I think we've talked enough. We need to hurry." "Hurry to where?" "To put back the stone and restore the seal." "No way! I am not going back to that place. You need the stone, right? Here it is." I offered it to him. "It's no use. The one who took it has to put it back or it won't work." "What?" Just then we saw Coach Wilder walk by not far from us. "Put the stone away now." I did as told and tucked it into my pocket. Coach Wilder gave us a curious glance before turning away. "It's just Coach Wilder. It's not like it's a shifter," I said. "You can't be sure." "What do you mean? Coach Wilder's been teaching here for many years, and if I recall correctly, shifters only take on fixed human form. They can't transform into someone else." "You do know quite a bit about shifters. You are right, and that's exactly why I am worried." He must have noticed the confused look on my face because then he went on. "By the way, I forgot to tell you. The shifters were here all along. You must have seen them, but you just don't know it, because they are none other than the townfolk of Strangeville, living everyday lives like you and your friends." "What? Didn't you say they were locked away by the stone all this time?" "Not their physical form. Only their powers and memories were locked away. For centuries they lived on in this town like my family and me. Only difference is they have no idea of their former identities and powers while we do. One thing in common is that our immortality was preserved. An average shifter can live up to a few hundred years at least." "That can't be true. This doesn't make sense. I, for one, am not a shifter. If I am, I would remember something when I took the stone." "True. That's because you were born long after the war, long after the seal was cast. Like the immigrants, you are a human." "So you are saying only the locals are shifters?" "Yes and no. Shifters aren't the only inhabitants here. There are witches, too. Folks with powerful magic." "Why is it your family isn't affected by the seal?" "That's a story best left for another time. For now, I will take you to my parents." So we are not going to the woods anymore, I asked, hoping for the slightest chance to not have to go back to that place where the dragon shifter killed Kara. Not with only the two of us. The dragon shifters are after the stone. Now that they have regained their memories, the last thing they want is to lose them again. They will kill us all if they have it. We must seize this chance before they regain their full powers. Let's go. Chapter 11. Mila. Kill us all if they have to? Didn't Mom say something similar on her note? They will kill us all. Leave Strangeville now. Don't come back. Mom knew there was danger coming and wanted me to leave town. Does she know about the seal, too? She vanished right after I took the stone. This can't be coincidence. But how is it possible she knows about all this? Trevor had said something about the shifters losing their memories and living normal lives after the seal was activated. Wait, don't tell me Mom's a shifter. Or a witch. Mom, where are you? Why did you leave in such a hurry? Mila, are you thinking straight? Trusting a guy you hardly know and going to his place? I kept asking myself as Trevor and I made our way to his house. I wanted to back out, but people's lives are at stake here. I could hardly deny something wrong was going on in this town now. Also, if all this turned out to be true, then I would have doomed us all for not putting the stone right where it belonged and stopping all this. I was certain that thing that killed Kara wasn't a bear or anything normal. And Trevor, he saved us that night. If he wanted us dead, he had a hell of a chance then. I have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's the good guy here. We stood at the end of the long dirt that acted as a driveway that was supposed to lead to the house where Trevor said he lived, and stared at the long pathway that led off into the trees, waiting for a sign to tell me that his reasoning was ridiculous and that his family was just a bunch of normal people who would tell me that this whole thing was an elaborate prank or something. Unfortunately, there was too much that I'd seen in this town to believe that all of that was fake. Starting with that thing in the woods to the stone that I made the unfortunate mistake of finding, apparently. It was still a bit of a stretch to believe that this thing was magic, though. Whenever I had read those old books on witches in the past, a lot of the objects that were combined with magic were usually something that actually meant something to the witch who cast it. What kind of significance would this yellow stone have to a witch if I found it in the middle of the woods? My hand moved to the necklace around my neck that I'd ended up making out of the rock and lifted the stone to the sunlight. It seemed to be shining gold instead of the mustard yellow that it was yesterday. Weird, but cool. I tucked the pendant into the collar of my shirt, letting the stone rest against my skin. It felt oddly warm for a second before the feeling went away. Great. First time a boy asked me to meet his parents, and it's for a magical stone. Life loves these moments, doesn't it? I took in a deep breath and walked down the pathway side by side to his house. Speaking of which, why do you live out on the edge of town so far away from everything? He looked at me before shrugging. Well, if you were in a family of werewolves, would you want to live in the middle of town square? That made sense. Besides that, my dad inherited this land from my grandfather, so we just keep the farm going for the tradition. And you grow what, exactly? Mostly fruit and vegetables for the house. A few different kinds of animals, too. Keeps us from having to buy out the grocery store since we're all big eaters. His head tilted a little bit. You seem to be taking this surprisingly well. Most people would have run off if they knew I turned into a giant wolf. Why was that, too, I wondered. I don't know. Maybe because it seems like it's a too-good-to-be-true kind of deal? So I'm in denial. I'm not lying, you know. Fine, then just show me what you were talking about, and I may just believe you. He stopped. Now? I nodded. Well, I'll just need a few seconds. My eyes didn't leave him as he moved back behind one of the bigger trees next to the road. A few seconds later, I heard a cry of pain coming from him. Was he okay? I rushed forward to the tree to see a pile of clothing against the tree trunk and a huge dog with light brown fur lying next to them, panting heavily. Trevor? The animal's eyes moved to look at me for a second before it moved up onto its legs. He was tall enough to reach my chest at this height, but much wider than I expected. You'd think that he had had the body of a bodybuilder beneath the fur. Trevor stood there, staring at me without blinking. Did he still recognize me when he was transformed? Or was he more animal than human right now? I got my answer when a low growl came from him. "Good, Trevor," I said quietly as my feet cautiously took a few steps back from the tree. If there was anything I remembered about animals, it's that sudden movements were not a good idea. The wolf stepped forward towards me, and I froze in place until it was a few inches from me. What now? There was nothing I could do if he decided to jump on me right here. The wolf circled around me slowly, sniffing me as I tried my best to calm my heart and nerves down. Maybe he was just checking to see if it was me. A few seconds later, the wolf let out a snort, and he walked back to the spot where his clothing was. I waited a few moments before I noticed Trevor's arm, his human arm, reaching out to show me that he'd changed back. Couldn't help but let out the breath that I didn't know I was holding at the time. "Do you believe me now?" was all he said to me. "I do." That was the moment we both started laughing for no absolute reason. We were both shaky and nervous, but it made us somehow feel a lot better about the moment. "Should we get going?" I asked when I approached the tree. Trevor was leaning back against it, looking a little winded. Maybe his transformations took a lot more out of him than I thought it would. He looked as if he could take a nap right then and there. "Just give me a few minutes." By the time we got to the house, there was a blonde lady standing on the porch with her arms crossed across her chest. It was definitely Trevor's mother because they had the same face if you look closely enough. Same rounded features and semi-thick lips. The difference was that she had a softer expression that made you feel like you could trust her immediately. When she saw us coming, she loosened her arms and opened them towards us. "You must be Mila," she said with a warm smile that reminded me of those old TV show moms as she pulled me into a quick hug. "My name is Juniper, Trevor's mom. It's a pleasure to meet you. I assume Trevi has told you why you're here?" "Yes, he did, Mrs. Hayes." "Did you bring it with you?" I pulled the necklace out from under my shirt and showed it to her, watching the warmth in her face give way to a seriousness that really reminded me of Trevor's standard expression. She opened the front door and stepped aside. "Come inside and take a seat." When I walked through the door, I was surprised to find that the house seemed bigger on the inside than what it looked on the outside. The space was nice and open, with the living room and the dining room being all one space that led to the kitchen. Family photos were everywhere, both hanging on the walls along the staircase and the living room, to the frames on the side tables, as well as above the fireplace. All of them filled with blonde heads, with Trevor's mother being the only woman in all of them. "I didn't know you have brothers," I said to Trevor as we entered the living room and sat down on the couches. They were comfortable enough to sink into if you sat long enough, so it seemed like a better idea for me to sit on the edge of the seat while Trevor flopped down on the single seat opposite me. They're all in college already, so they don't stay in town anymore. "So they're also wolves?" The words slipped out of my mouth before I could stop them, making me clap my hand over my mouth and look at Trevor's mother, who was looking at Trevor in surprise. "How much did you tell her already?" she said, disappointment showing itself in her words. "I only told her about me. Took her a while to believe that I was telling the truth, though." Mrs. Hayes turned toward me. "Do you believe him now?" It only took an up-close and personal encounter with his wolf earlier for me to do so. I imagined that it would take a little while to sink in, but I did. It was crazy, and I was probably in a high state of denial to not be freaking out right now. But I believed. I took the necklace off and put it on the table. "I just wanted to know about this." Mrs. Hayes picked it up, turning it over between her fingers. "This is the stone that controls the seal over the town. Centuries ago, Strangeville was a more perilous place to live in. There was a war going on between 3 races, the werewolves, the witches, and the dragon shifters." "Are dragon shifters things that fly around and breathe fire?" She nodded before putting the stone back on the coffee table. "Well, the last few generations couldn't fly, but the fire-breathing was real. They were the biggest threat to the witch covens in the area because of their magical resistance. It took some really powerful magic as well as physical force to take down one of the older ones." My mind flashed back to the old leather journal I had borrowed from the library a few weeks ago. There were mentions of the witches and the wolf shifters, but little about the dragons. So those old storybooks I used to find in the library about witches and werewolves were telling the truth? I don't know about the books you were reading, but the creatures involved were definitely real. I looked at Trevor, who had that "I told you so" look on his face. Yeah, right. Even if the details were the same as what those old books were telling me, there was nothing about a seal over the area. So what about this seal? What is it actually stopping? Trevor and his mom shared a look before she turned back to me. Well, that one is a bit of a long story if you want to hear it. Well, it's not like I had anything else to do. It was a Saturday, and all that was likely to happen was Mrs. Ferris stopping by to check if I was still alive, but that was only later. We can start at the beginning, if you don't mind. Mrs. Hayes nodded. When the war started, humans hadn't come out this far into the valley, so they weren't in too much danger. There were just the 3 clans living around one another: wolf shifters, dragon shifters, and witches. How we came to be was lost somewhere as time went on. Some thought that the shifters came from the witches that transformed the animal spirits into humans in order for us to hide when the humans came by. Others said it was the result of evolution as the food chain changed in the area. It would make sense to me, but why were the shifters fighting in the first place if they were living peacefully together at first? It started when the dragon shifter's king's heir was found in the woods, murdered by something with sharp teeth and claws before being left to die in cold blood. Their clan blamed the wolves for what happened, and the fighting between clans started. And where did the witches stand in all this? Mrs. Hayes shrugged her shoulders. Witches have always been our allies, mostly even before the war. Their magic was the most powerful until the dragon shifters overtook them. Then there was a powerful witch that slayed many dragon shifters. For reasons unknown, it was said she turned against her own kind. What happened to this witch? She was killed by a werewolf, our ancestor, after she used the stone to seal away the powers of the witches and shifters. That was her intent, to rule us all. But because she was killed when she cast the spell, it went haywire and wiped out not only their powers, but their memories as well. With peace returned to the land of shifters, our ancestor decided to see its continuity by keeping the stone within the circle, where its existence will be kept secret, hoping the spell that erased the powers and memories of the shifters and witches will forever be kept intact. Mrs. Hayes' eyes moved back to the stone that seemed to glimmer a little on the wood of the coffee table. My eyes moved down to the stone as I tried to process all of this. It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel, but why wasn't I freaking out as much as I should be? Just one question. That thing in the woods that Trevor saved me from, is that a wolf shifter? Trevor's eyes shifted nervously around the room before he shook his head. It was a dragon shifter. If you're also a wolf shifter, why is it you are able to turn into a full wolf? Our ancestor was the only one who remained within the circle when the spell was cast. Hence, he was shielded from the spell and his memories and powers were spared. Same goes for all who follow in his bloodline. This is why our powers are intact, Mrs. Hayes answered. Is your family the only guardians of the stone? Yes. Back then, our ancestors protected the witches from the dragon shifters when the spell was being cast. After the war, when everyone lost their powers and memories, our ancestors were the only ones who didn't. Why? I'm not exactly sure. Perhaps it was because we gave our blood to protect the witches, and for that our bloodline was spared from the spell. The wide-eyed look on Trevor's face told me that he didn't know this till now either. Is there a chance that everything would go back to normal if you put the stone back in place? She shook her head before looking at the stone again. Us? No. But maybe you could. Why me? I didn't have any connection to this thing. Was this one of those scenarios where if you take something, you're the only one who could handle it or something? Why can't you take it, seeing as you're the guardians? That's the thing. Since its magic has attached itself to you, you're technically its new guardian. Chapter 12. Milla. Wait, What? What do you mean I'm the new guardian? I searched their faces for any sign of joking, but the sheepish expression on Mrs. Hayes' face and the serious look on Trevor's told me they were serious. I was supposed to be the guardian of the magic stone that I found in the woods. Something that was supposed to be the catalyst to a war between 3 clans of mythical creatures? Something that could get me killed. Are they serious? Do magical stones suddenly work on a basis of finders keepers now? What next? Besides that, this thing was way too much responsibility for a teenager who had gone through enough this year. I'd been trying to find my mother, who didn't seem to be answering my calls every time I tried, let alone trying to find a way to tell my father, who loves her more than anything. Dad's going to be devastated when he gets back from the conference. I can't do this. I just got up and left the house, leaving that ridiculous amount of responsibility there with the people who it belonged to. Whether they put it in a vault, back in the woods, or destroyed it, it didn't matter to me. I wasn't about to involve myself any further in that mess. "Mila, wait!" Trevor's voice called out to me from the house. I didn't want to turn around. Why should I? It wasn't until I heard the sound of him running up beside me that I stopped with a groan. "Mila." "What, Trevor?" He held out the stone to me, the thing that was glowing again as if it was angry with me. "You can't just leave it with us. It's attached itself to you, remember? The magic levels go crazy whenever you're too far, and that is not a good thing to happen in a house of wolf shifters." Great, so it throws magical tantrums like a kid, too? Then chuck it out in the middle of the trees or something. I don't want anything to do with it or this war of yours. Trevor let out a sigh before taking my hand and placing the rock in it. "Whether you want to or not, you are, as of now, the guardian of the stone." I looked down at it before winding my arm up and chucking it as far as I could into the forest. "There's your stone!" With that, I stormed off as Trevor went after the stone. What part of "I don't want to be involved" did this family not get? The problem would be solved if they just buried it somewhere that it couldn't be found by the dragons, instead of placing it on a really obvious pedestal in the middle of the woods. When I made it to the edge of the Hayes' driveway, a car pulled up and blocked my path. When the window was rolled down, there was a man in the driver's seat that I'd seen all over the walls of that house. Trevor's father. "Aren't you forgetting something?" he said before I turned to see Trevor running up the driveway again with the stone in his hand. "Isn't there a way for me to be rid of this thing?" The father and son looked at each other before Trevor held out the stone to me again. "How about we skip school tomorrow and go put it back, since it'll be easier to get around the forest then?" Did he forget that I didn't want to go back into that forest again? Either Trevor wasn't listening to me when I spoke, or he was an idiot. "Don't look at me like that. It'll be during the day, so there won't be any shifters running around now. Besides that, I'll be coming with you." "I'll be with the both of you, too, so you have double the protection," Mr. Hayes said. There was no way around it, was there? This was the upside of getting rid of this thing, which I really wanted to do. "Okay, what time?" Chapter 13. Mila. I never dreamed I would skip school with a boy that wasn't Arthur. Seriously, it was a big surprise that I'd actually agreed to do this. Even though his father was coming with us as we headed out to the woods, it was still a first. What kind of protocol did I even have for something like this? Pulling out my phone from my pocket, I saw a text from Simone asking where I was, since it was already time for our first class and I hadn't gone to school. This was where the moral dilemma kicked in. Do I tell her that I was just out sick for the day, or that I was skipping class intentionally? Both had its own string of questions that my friends would ask when I saw them again, so going with the lesser of two evils seemed like the better deal. Me. "Out sick for the day. Caught the flu. Cover for me?" Yes, I lied. There was no way I was going to answer an interrogation because I spent the day out with Trevor. It was about 5 minutes before I got a reply. "Yes. Got you covered. See you tomorrow." Somehow she got the hint, and a rush of relief went through me before I picked up the necklace from the dressing table against the wall. It glowed a warm yellow today that reminded me of the melted butter movie theaters put on popcorn. Was it me, or was it starting to lose its color a little? Didn't matter. I was going to get rid of this thing and hopefully no more of those things, shifters, would show up again. I've had enough of the supernatural, and I barely dipped a toe in it before it flung me in on its own. The doorbell rang downstairs, and I shoved the stone into my pocket. It was time to do this. Practically getting to the door in record time, I answered it to see Trevor and his father ready and raring to go. Both were even dressed in outfits that seemed easy enough to tear out of if it was needed. Hopefully there was no need for them to shift today. Seeing it once was enough for me. "Morning, Mr. Hayes. Morning, Trevor." "Morning, Milla," Mr. Hayes replied with a smile and a nod. "Ready to go?" "Yes, sir. Let me just lock up the house." I headed back inside to make sure the back door was locked for the third time this morning. This had become a new routine since Mom left. I had to triple-check that everything was locked up before bed and after I got up the next morning. With no luck on my search for Mom, monsters running around town, and my dad only coming back tomorrow morning, I wasn't going to take any chances. Not again. After being satisfied that everything was secure, I exited the house and tightly locked the front door. Trevor had a confused look on his face after I triple-checked the door, but it seemed much easier to ignore it. He didn't understand. "Let's head out," Mr. Hayes turned to me. "We'll take the truck out to the house again and walk to the altar, since it's closer to us than anything." I didn't notice the pickup truck parked in front of the driveway until now. It was splattered in what I hoped was only mud and barely looked big enough to fit all three of us in the front seat. "Trev, you hop on in the back while Milla and I have a chat in the front." "Right, Dad," was all he said before he walked ahead to the truck, put a foot up on the back, and in one smooth motion lifted himself into the back of the pickup. My brow raised at him. Was it me, or did he seem a little tense today? Mr. Hayes cleared his throat from next to me. "Come on, there's something we have to talk about while we move." The two of us walked out to the truck, and Mr. Hayes opened the passenger door for me. "Ladies first." "Thank you." I climbed into the truck and let him close the door before he moved around to the driver's side. When he was in and got the truck moving, he glanced at me a few times before he said something. "Milla, there's something I wanted you to know before we go out there. Something my wife didn't tell you about the stone." What would that be now? I already knew the clan of shifters that was after me to get it. What more could there be? "The witch that cast that spell did it with dark magic. Something that corrupts the soul of people that come into contact with it. Fills it with some bad mojo, if you get my drift." That didn't sound ominous at all. "What are you trying to say, Mr. Hayes?" "Don't wear it if something happens now. Not that it should, but I can't guarantee anything. You can keep it in your pocket or something, but keep it wrapped in something else." "I'll keep that in mind, but we won't need it once the stone's back where it belongs, right?" There was an unreadable expression on Mr. Hayes's face after that, and we fell silent until we reached their house. The area was brightly lit with the morning sun, bringing a bit of beauty to the outskirts of the forest. I suppose this was what I missed when I slept in. The morning dew reflecting off the tree leaves somehow made everything seem greener. I could see why people liked to camp out here. Trevor came up behind me and gently nudged me on the arm. The expression on his face was still tense, as if he was sensing something I wasn't. Then again, both he and his father were on edge since we got into the truck. Was a shifter nearby and I couldn't sense it, or what? "You okay?" I whispered to him. "Don't worry about it." He really did try to soften the muscles in his face, but his shoulders gave him away. "Magic just puts my wolf a little on edge." Ah, that explained it. The stone was what was driving him a little bit crazy over the past few days. "Sorry about that." He let out a sigh, raising his hand to smooth down the fine hairs on the back of his neck. His muscles really looked like he belonged on the football team with the way they looked right now. "It's not your fault. The sooner we put the stone back, the better. Ready?" "Let's go." The walk to the place where I found the stone was definitely shorter this time around. Despite there being no markers to tell us which way the trail was, Trevor and his father seemed to know where they were going exactly, so it was probably a good thing that I ended up walking between the two of them. I had to say one thing, though. Their height made me feel a little small whenever we were all in line, since they had to be over 6 feet, and then you have me who is barely at Trevor's shoulder. It must have been the shifter genetics that added to this, because Trevor's wolf form was much bigger compared to the average. When I thought back to how he looked, it was easy enough to remember how strong he had to be to save me from the other shifter in the woods. While that thing was able to carry Kara with no trouble at all, Trevor managed to tackle it to the ground. "Milla, we're here." Trevor nudged me on the arm again, snapping my attention back to the matter at hand. It was time to put this thing back. The altar seemed a little dimmer than I remembered. The rocks that surrounded it that were covered in a healthy green moss were now faded, as if the magic from the stone was the thing that kept them alive compared to the rest of the forest. Even when I stepped into the ring of stones again, there was an empty feeling in the air that filled me. It was as if this place missed the magic. I pulled the stone out of my pocket and approached the center where the stone was before. The imprint of the egg-sized stone was still there, clear as day, and waiting for the thing to take its place once again. After undoing the knot on the faux leather cord, the yellow crystal sat in the palm of my hand. It wasn't glowing this time. "Here goes nothing." I placed the thing back in the nest in which I found it before turning back to Trevor and Mr. Hayes. "Does it feel like anything's changed?" They both shook their heads. Well, that was a little anticlimactic. In most fantasy novels, there was usually some sort of light show where the plants around here would be instantly healed and all would be right with the universe for those few seconds before the heroes went home to celebrate. Nothing happened. The stone sat there in all its glory, but nothing had changed. Was it done? Time to go back to our ordinary lives, right? "Something's not right. It's not working," Mr. Hayes said, before the sound of a twig snapping echoed from out of nowhere. Trevor's head turned quickly towards the right for a few seconds before I heard it. Footsteps and the sound of voices. Someone was here. Chapter 14. Milla. "Milla, grab a stone and get over here." I looked out to where the footsteps were coming from. It was just a married couple that was heading our way, and now that I looked again, I saw that it was the Simmonses. Why were they out here? Shouldn't they be at the antique store out on Main? Not that it was ever very busy, but it never stopped them from opening their doors of their shop every day. "Milla!" Trevor hissed at me before I grabbed the stone and hid it behind my back just as the middle-aged couple broke through the trees and entered the clearing. Mr. and Mrs. Simmons looked surprised to see me here, but those expressions changed when they turned towards the Hayes. It was something between the phrases of, "What the hell?" and "Can't we catch a break?" as their gazes moved between the two of them. "Lorelei? Oz?" Mr. Hayes nodded at the two of them as his eyes looked directly at me before shifting to them to say that now would be a good time to move away from the altar. I certainly took the cue and edged away from it as quickly as I could until I was behind Trevor and his father. "Wesley, it's a surprise to see you out here." Mr. Simmons looked like he was sucking on sour grapes for some reason. What was going on here? Some kind of rivalry between them, or was it something else? I looked between Mr. Hayes and Mr. Simmons and saw nothing good in their stares. This was something personal, and this was yet another thing I did not want to get involved in. "Oz, as we suspected, something happened to it," Mrs. Simmons said from the altar. When did she even move? And were they talking about the stone? Were they shifters too? No, that was impossible. Then again, I had said the same thing about Trevor and his father, too. There were definitely shifters in this town, and judging by the way Trevor was blocking me off from view, I'd have to say that they weren't on the same side. I clutched the stone a little tighter in my hand and kept it as far behind my back as my arm would allow, as Mrs. Simmons looked around the altar and Mr. Simmons was staring down Trevor's father. "It's not here," Mrs. Simmons said before the frown on her husband's face deepened more than it already did. "Okay, what did you do, Wesley? What did you do with it?" Mr. Hayes stepped back, shooing Trevor and I back a few steps further. "I don't know what you're talking about here, Oz. Everything that's supposed to be here is here. Of course, other than you two." There was a visible twitch in Mr. Simmons' eye at that statement. "You know damn well what I mean." There was another twitch in his eye before I noticed a sickeningly familiar flash of yellow pass through them. He was a shifter. Mr. Simmons stepped forward and grabbed Mr. Hayes' shirt. "Where is the stone, Wesley? I know you felt the shift in the seal as well as the memories of the war. Something has changed, and you know what it is." A scoff escaped his throat as Mr. Hayes grabbed the other man's arm, tearing it away from his shirt with a piece of the fabric. "Even if I did, what makes you believe I would tell you anything? You joined the wrong side, both then and now." This did not look good. It looked like a fight was about to break out at any moment. I needed to get out of here. But what do I do with the stone? Giving it to them wasn't a good idea either, because the eerie, calm look in Mrs. Simmons' eyes said that even if I did, I'd probably only make it home in a body bag. I chose the winning side for the sake of my family. And look how that ended up for you and Lorelei. As much as I wanted to yell at Mr. Hayes for egging Mr. Simmons on, the distraction was working as Trevor and I shuffled our way back towards the tree line. Trevor stood in front of me as I removed the stone from behind my back. "Oz, that girl has it!" Mrs. Simmons shouted before her husband glared at the two of us, that yellow filling the couple's eyes until it looked exactly like the last shifter I encountered. They were about to transform. This was not good. Trevor swore under his breath. "Milla, on the count of 3, I want you to run back to the house. My mom will keep you and the stone safe until we get home." A furious roar filled the air as Mr. Hayes ripped out of his clothing and tackled Mr. Simmons to the ground in full wolf form. Unlike his son, Mr. Hayes seemed to have a silver coat when he was transformed. "Now, Milla!" Trevor shouted before I caught a sight of a half-transformed Mrs. Simmons rushing towards us. Her skin was a dark shade of red around her hairline and her neck, but it looked cracked, like scales. The nails on her hands were much longer and blackened into claws that looked about ready to tear through me like rice paper. I wasn't about to stick around to test if the fire-breathing rumor was true or not. Trevor's clothing ripped from his body as she shifted into the familiar brown wolf I had met yesterday and charged forward as I stuck the stone in my pocket and hightailed it out of there back towards the Hayes' house. Prayer that they came back to Mrs. Hayes and me were the only thing I could offer them now. Chapter 15. Milla. Not again. This was the second time in my life I was running for my life this year, and both time involved shifters. When was fate going to get the memo that I did not have a death wish? With the sounds of fighting and howling going on right behind me, my mind was reliving the horrors of that night all over again. The stones sat heavy in my pocket as I ran further towards Trevor's house. There was a large amount of hope in my gut that he would turn out fine. By the way he took on Mr. Simmons, it seemed like he was used to fighting shifters more than I had initially thought, unsure whether I should be frightened or comforted by that thought. There was one thing I was grateful for. It was the fact that the forest was much easier to navigate during the day. I'd been moving for a long while, and the only sounds I could pick up around me were the birds chirping up in the trees nearby, as well as the wind rustling the leaves up above. I'd managed to lose them. Allowing myself a few minutes to slow down and catch my breath, it was only now that I felt the fire burning through my lungs. Maybe participating in phys ed more often wouldn't be such a bad idea anymore. This was torture. Even if I couldn't convince Artie of this, if I made it back for another gym class, I was definitely going to do something more. "So you finally stopped running." My head snapped up to see Mrs. Simmons standing about 10 feet from me. But I knew that this kind of gap wasn't going to be a problem if she decided that I was going to be a Milla kebab. She was still partially transformed, but she seemed a lot more controlled than the other shifter who had given into the animal side. Did this mean that there were more like her in that man? "You don't have to keep this up, you know, dear. I'll let you go if you just give me what we came for." I knew they wanted the stone. I could have given it to her easy, but there was no good reason for her to have it. "What do you want with it?" I asked. "It's not about what I want. The king gave us an order to bring it to him, so that's all there is to it." What did Trevor's mom call him? The Dragon Shifter King? "I see you know more than you let on. Why do you think our king wants it?" "To release the seal," escaped my mouth faster than I could stop it. "Clever girl. I see you know your history. Now hand it over before I have to do what Oz did to that other girl with the blonde hair the night we remembered what we were. Something," she raised her hand to show off the sharp claws on her fingers, Unnecessary. My own hand went to my pocket and pulled out the stone. My eyes flickered between the stone in my hand and the shifter in front of me. It took a few seconds before what she said sunk in. Wait, blonde hair? Kara? Mr. Simmons? My memory flashed back to that night, to the shifter's face. It was him. When he shifted, he didn't look human, both then and now. Clearly, then, he didn't act human. It was Mr. Simmons who killed Kara? I choked. Indeed, it was just her bad luck. You should be grateful to her. It would have been you. It should have been you. Mr. Simmons thought Kara had the stone. That was why he killed her. It was my fault. Kara would not have died if I didn't take the stone in the first place. If she had been the one walking in front, she'd still be alive. The thought let the guilt in my chest boil into a fierce anger. It was this thing's fault again. "Let me in." That voice was back. My eyes fell to the stone in my hand. It was glowing again, but much brighter than usual. "Let me in," the voice asked again. Was it the stone talking to me? What was going on here? A sharp pain went through my skull. My head started throbbing like it was getting pounded by hail. The voice started chanting in my head for me to let it in. "All right," I shouted at it in my head. My hands flew up to my temples to try to stop the pain before a white light flooded my senses, and all of a sudden, it was like watching myself from the outside. The yellow light of the stone shone like a spotlight around me. The expression on Mrs. Simmons's face was nothing short of terror as she backed away from me. Unfamiliar words came out of my mouth, and all of a sudden the wind picked up heavily. "What are you doing?" she asked, moving back against one of the pine trees. "It can't be. Are you one of the—" Another string of words I didn't understand came out of my mouth again before I saw every pine needle above the dragon shifter rip free from the tree and shoot downwards like miniature missiles. The screams she let out were horrifying before she fell to the ground, little green points sticking out of her skin like acupuncture needles surrounded by red. After that, I was in control again, with a gasp when I realized what just happened, what my hands had done. It wasn't me that was in control, but there was no way a judge would believe that. The bile in my throat made me gag before I threw up what little was in my system onto the sand in front of me, tears on my face as I looked at Mrs. Simmons again. I needed to go. There was somewhere I had to be. With shaky legs, I ran again, and neither me nor my tears stopped until I reached the Hayes' house. When I got to the house, neither of the boys had made it back yet. I sat down on the front staircase trying to wipe the tears on my face to make it look like I hadn't been crying. There was no way I could tell anyone about this. What I did may have counted as self-defense in some people's eyes, but there was no way the amount of force would be seen as such. The tears were about to flow again before the front door flew open and Mrs. Hayes saw me sitting on her porch. She must have seen the look on my face because she waited until we were both inside and I had stopped crying before she asked about her boys. I told her what happened up until we split up at the altar. She was incredibly patient with me as I stuttered out most of the story between tears. "I see," was all she could respond with once I had finished. "You'll have to stay here for a bit, Milla. If the dragon shifters know who you are, it'll be dangerous to be anywhere without protection." It made sense on several levels, especially since I was in no state to go back anyway. Plus, I didn't want to leave Mrs. Hayes alone here since her husband and son weren't back yet. There was one thing, though. Dad. He was supposed to come back tonight, and there was no one at home. I pulled out my phone and looked for his number. Maybe I could convince him to stay a few extra days in the city. Maybe I could ask him to look for something rare for me to keep him occupied. Anything to keep him out of harm's way. I dialed the number and waited as the phone rang. It kept ringing. You've reached the mailbox of... I hung up. That was odd. My father always answered my phone calls, even if he was out on business. I tried again. No answer. Again, no answer. Each time I would connect to his voicemail, but not to the man himself. I would just have to settle with leaving him a message in the hopes that he wasn't on his way back. But knowing my luck, he was. Calling the number again, it went out to the voicemail box again. Hi, Dad. It's Mila. I'm staying out at a friend's house, so I won't be home by the time you get back. Call me when you get this. Bye. And now, both Mrs. Hayes and I sat and waited for news from the men in our lives. I could only hope one of them would be here soon. Chapter 16. Mila. The forest. For some reason or another, I could see the forest. It was bright, and I could see everything that was out there, every single tree, every bush in the ground beneath me. Pay attention, a voice said to me. The same one I had been hearing ever since I picked up the stone. This time, however, it sounded lighter, clearer, as if the negative energy was gone and all that was left was someone that reminded me of a teacher. I couldn't see the source of the voice, but I could hear her. Pay attention, Mila. That was the first time she used my name. Who was this, and how did it know me? Who are you? My voice echoed hollowly. It didn't sound like me. I sounded more like a ghost speaking to another in the off chance that she would respond. The forest around me bristled the longer I stood there. I was supposed to pay attention to something, but what? I moved forward, not taking a step, but it felt like my spirit was floating deeper into the forest. What was I supposed to see? When I turned to look back, I saw the Hayes' house standing tall and lit like a beacon I was supposed to return to. My body was there, no? Pay attention, Mila, she said again. And that was when my spirit stopped moving. I saw now what the voice wanted me to see. Trevor. He was lying against a tree not too far from the house, covered in bites, scratched, and enough blood to make me wish that not all of it was his own. I had to go get him. It was at that moment that there was a flash of someone behind me before I was pulled backwards like a fish caught on a fishing line. And then I broke through the surface. Chapter 17. Mila. When I woke up, my shirt was soaked through and there were small tears in the corners. What was that vision? That was definitely new, and it felt frighteningly real. When I raised my hand, I found the stone was sitting directly on my chest, over my heart. When did that get there? Could have sworn I left it on the bedside table before I fell asleep. I moved the glowing stone back to its perch before the images I had seen came flooding back to me. Trevor. He was somewhere near the house, and the voice, who or whatever it is, wanted me to go look for him, which meant that he had to be in some real trouble. There was a high chance that I could have passed this off as nothing more than a dream, but could I really take that chance? Maybe it was a good idea to check the bedroom Mrs. Hayes said was Trevor's before I went running off to the woods. Climbing out of bed, I snuck as quickly as I could out of the guest bedroom and next door to Trevor's. When I opened the door a little, it was easy enough to see that he hadn't been there tonight. The image in my mind of Trevor lying next to one of the trees came back to me again. I was running out of time. After retrieving a pair of shoes from the guest room again, I went to knock on Mrs. Hayes' bedroom door. It took a few tries before she opened it, her hair indicating that she wasn't having a very good night of sleep either. And who would be with your husband and son not at home at a time like this? Mrs. Hayes, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need you to get whatever medicine you usually use for Trevor ready. I think I know where he is, and he's hurt. It didn't take much more to get her moving before I grabbed a torch and a jacket and went outside into the cool night air. The wind blew around my bare ankles to remind me that I wasn't wearing proper pants to be out at this hour, but that didn't matter as I stepped forward, following my gut towards Trevor. The trees looked exactly as they did in my dream, somehow brighter to my eyes than they usually were, to the point where I could switch off the torch and let the memory of the forest guide me. Yes, it was insane, but magic stones and werewolves were a part of my life now, so who was I to judge? I followed the same path that I did in my dream before I came to the same tree where I had seen Trevor lying. Both fortunately and unfortunately, there he was. I dropped down next to him and put a finger underneath his nose. He was still breathing, but only faintly. There was little chance of me being able to carry him by myself, though. "Trevor," I hissed in his ear, shaking his shoulders slightly. I needed him awake, not in even more pain. His pale skin was covered in scratches and teeth marks, and I was pretty sure the spot just above his right ear was a burn mark because some of his hair had been scorched off. The fire breathing was real after all. I tried again, and his eyes opened slightly to look at me with dazed and bloodshot eyes. One was a little swollen. They got him good. "Milla," he croaked out before I saw his eyes wanting to close again. Couldn't let that happen, so I was sorry for this in advance. A loud slap echoed through the forest before Trevor's eyes focused on me in shock. "You slap me? What the hell?" "I can't carry you if you fall asleep again, so if you want to go home, I'm going to need you to lean on me." He just nodded, clearly still in shock that I'd slapped him. It wasn't as if I hit him that hard. Maybe. What was hard for a werewolf? "Come on," I said as I got back to my feet and held out an arm for him to grab so he could do the same. "Your mom's been worried sick about you." With quite a bit of struggle, we got Trevor onto his bare feet. Then I remembered that the nakedness was part of the shifting. I removed the jacket I'd taken from the coat rack and pulled it around him. My face burned hot as I moved one of his arms over my shoulders. Well, no one I knew could say they'd had this kind of an experience with a naked person, especially the part on why he was naked in the first place. "Let's get you home. We're not very far, so we have to move fast, okay?" The idea itself seemed like it inflicted some sort of pain on his face before he let out a weak "okay," and we started moving back to the house. Mrs. Hayes rushed at us when we came into view from the house and was quick to take over moving Trevor into the house and onto the sofa. It didn't matter that he was still bleeding all over the fabric. Between her tears of joy that she had her son back, the number of thank yous she'd been saying to me since I had managed to locate Trevor alive in the middle of taking care of his wounds, made everything worth it. It was a long while before Mrs. Hayes finished taking care of Trevor. I was in the kitchen making her a cup of coffee when she called me back into the living room. The number of bandages that had been wrapped around his chest and arms almost reminded me of a Halloween costume I had back in 4th grade. There was a lot of candy that year. After handing the coffee to Mrs. Hayes, I took a seat opposite the one Trevor was spread on. "Milla," he said, trying to move his head to look at me, but whatever system Mrs. Hayes used to wrap him seemed to stop that motion completely. 2 questions came to mind. Where did she learn that? And would she teach me? Because that was impressive. "What the hell were you thinking? What you did now was incredibly reckless with the dragon shifters still out there." "Are you talking about when I saved your life? Oh, I'm sorry. I figured you'd like to live until after graduation, or was I wrong?" There was a visible flinch next to me. "Sorry, Mrs. Hayes." "It's all right, Milla. What matters is that he's home and alive." It was then that I remembered the elephant in the room that we both knew she didn't want to ask about. Mr. Hayes. Trevor obviously picked up on this too because his expression changed. He let out a sniff before there was a tear running down the side of his face. "I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't stop them from taking him." Mrs. Hayes covered her eyes with her hand before she leaned forward, holding herself with the free hand as she started shaking. My heart twisted in my chest as 2 members of the Hayes family mourned the loss of the head of their family. There was little for me to doubt that this was largely my fault. Her husband was protecting me as I escaped with that blasted stone. No, maybe it wasn't my fault. It was that thing's fault. There was no need for this fighting between shifters, let alone the tears shed for all the sacrifices. I could no longer deny that I was a part of this now. There had to be something I could do if that stone was mine to look after. I just have to think of a plan. Chapter 18. Milla. Mrs. Hayes went to bed half an hour later. There was no doubt in my mind that sleep was the last thing that was on her agenda as she moved slowly up the staircase, leaving Trevor and I alone in the living room. "Are you okay?" he asked, still not quite moving his head to the side. I believe that's my line, but no, I suppose I'm not. A few seconds later, I watched him try to shift onto his side that somehow made the sofa look smaller than it actually was. "Come here." I would have questioned him at any other time, but I suppose this wasn't a bad idea. I moved from my seat and curled on the couch in front of him. This thing was smaller than it had appeared. It felt as if I was going to fall forward the moment I lay down, but before that could happen, Trevor's large, muscly arm wrapped around me. My face went warm again, but I didn't want to fight this. So we lay there on that thin couch, wrapped in each other's warmth. "I never did ask, but how did you find me?" Start with the easy questions, why don't we? I don't know. I saw you in what I wanted to believe was a dream, until I just had to see if it was real. There was a hum that went through his chest. "You wouldn't happen to be a witch, would you?" "I'd have definitely known more than I do now if I was." Another hum. "It might just be that you were worried enough about me that your mind went looking." I didn't even have to see his face to know that he was doing that cheeky grin of his again. "Or, since the stone is magic and I'm technically the guardian, maybe it decided to give me some of its magic." Trevor's chin rested on top of my hair as he let out a sigh. "I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Stranger things have happened." A few seconds later, I felt his breathing slow against me. He fell asleep. I was cuddling with a werewolf that was stalking me a few days ago, on his couch after a near-death experience. Stranger things have indeed happened, but oddly enough, it was okay since it was him. Trevor wasn't so bad. A little too much sometimes, but not bad. I let out a yawn and closed my eyes for a few seconds before the warmth overtook me as well. I woke up hours later to the sound of my phone dying. Great. When I opened my eyes, the curtains were still drawn on the windows. That was when I remembered that those were not my curtains, where I was, and who I was curled up against. With a quick roll forward, I slipped out of Trevor's grip and onto the living room floor with a hiss. Maybe that wasn't the smartest of ideas. "Morning," Trevor mumbled without even opening his eyes. I noticed there was a big orange blanket tossed over us while we were asleep, which was now casually hanging off of Trevor's hips. I must have taken it down in my escape. Leaning on the coffee table, I pushed myself up to my feet and pulled the blanket up over his shoulders before I walked up the stairs to the bathroom. My phone needed a charger urgently, but would Trevor's fit my phone? There was no harm in trying as I quietly moved along the hall to Trevor's room. Yes, this was probably wrong, but this was for a phone charger, nothing more. It would be a quick in-and-out job where I'd just stick it on the cable and leave, simple as that. A few seconds later, mission accomplished. The charging symbol was on the screen and everything. I switched on the device, wondering if there was anything from my father. According to the clock, it was 4:38 a.m. My very first all-nighter. Kara would be so proud. A few seconds later, a dozen notifications came through. Some were from my friends, and the rest were my father, all of them asking where I was. I was dead, so dead. First, I texted my friends back, who I hoped wouldn't mind something from me at this hour, with several reassurances that I was alive and safe. That was nothing compared to this. It took several deep breaths before I called my father. "Milla, where are you?" "Hi, Dad. Don't worry. I'm at a friend's house. Didn't you get my text?" "Even if you say that, it doesn't stop me from worrying anyway. You're my little girl, Milla." "I know. I did try to call you, though." "I want you to come home. We need to talk about your mother." And there it was, the conversation I'd been dreading for the past 2 weeks. I couldn't avoid it anymore. "I'll be home soon." After that, I hung up the phone, staring at the device in my hand for several minutes before I just threw myself onto Trevor's bed with a sigh. Was it wrong that I didn't want to go home? Not for this, at least. Alas, I still had to go home. Climbing off Trevor's very comfortable mattress, I made my way downstairs to the living room again, where our sleeping prince of the hour was asleep on the couch still. Gently shaking his shoulder again, I waited until his eyes opened a little before I said anything. My dad says I have to come home. He let out a yawn and squinted at me. Now? Soon. Are you sure it was your dad? Pretty sure. He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand before letting out a big yawn. I should go with you. It might be a trap by the dragons. Don't be silly. I'm serious. I'll take you home when the sun rises. It's not safe to let you walk around alone in the dark, whether there are shifters or not. All right. With that, he fell back to sleep immediately. Such a gentleman. Chapter 19. Milla. By the time Trevor and I got to my house just after breakfast, Mrs. Hayes insisted we stay and eat something before we left again. There was another car in the driveway. I had long since moved Mom's minivan into the garage with Mrs. Ferris's help, so this was my father's rental car, or a car he borrowed from one of the other professors at the university. It was one of those old and sturdy sedans that you'd think you wouldn't keep more than 5 years, but eventually gets handed down to your son in the same condition. It felt odd to be home, considering I had only left the previous morning for what I thought would be a quick mission to the woods. Are you ready? Trevor asked as we approached the front door. Not as much as I'd like to be. At least when I left home yesterday, I was the one who had the main set of house keys, so within seconds the front door was opened and Trevor followed me inside. We walked into the living room where I found my father asleep on his favorite chair with a new book that he probably brought back from his trip. If there was one of my parents that I could easily say I looked like, it was my father. Where my mom was all blonde with straight hair and a body for runways, my father and I were not. Black curls and the figure of a medieval peasant. That was us. I inherited a lot of my looks from his side of the family, and this was where I used to wonder how his genetics managed to overpower my mother's. But Dad was handsome in a way that he made his own. Dad? Being the light sleeper that he was, my father flinched awake, looking around for a second and rubbing his eyes. Glasses are on your head. All right, he mumbled before moving them back to the bridge of his nose with a yawn. A second later, I could practically see the shift in his face to protective dad mode. Milla, where were you? I was staying at a friend's house. It's been a bit too dangerous lately to walk around town at night, so their mom insisted I stayed over until morning. He looked behind me at Trevor before he frowned. And I assume the young man behind you, who I'm about to pull my shotgun on, is the friend you've been talking about? My father moved the book he was reading onto the coffee table before rising to his feet and making his way over to us. I stepped aside and watched my father size up Trevor in typical dad fashion. What is your name, young man? Oh, great. Let the interrogation begin. The look in Trevor's eyes said that he obviously wasn't going to back down from this challenge. Trevor Hayes, sir. How do you know my Milla? We sit next to each other in chemistry class. He wasn't wrong there, but stalking me for 2 weeks wasn't going to be an answer that anyone would have liked to hear. Dad was around for the end of my last relationship, and this was probably why every boy was on his hit list. And your intentions with her? I couldn't help but cover my face for this one. Just wanted to make sure she got home safe, sir. Good answer. Dad looked between Trevor and I before deciding to leave Trevor alone and moving back to my interrogation. Milla, why haven't you called me to tell me what's been happening? If Isabel hadn't stopped by earlier to tell me about what's been going on in town while I was gone, I wouldn't have known anything. Mrs. Ferris, of course. At least the harder parts were already done. I didn't know how to tell you, Dad. First, there was what happened with Kara, and then only to come home to find Mom gone with only a note that she left on the coffee table. How was I going to explain that? I'm sorry, Dad. My father just pulled me into a hug, letting me feel the familiar material of those sweaters he liked to wear. It was scratchy and reminded me of beard hair most of the time. But now it was what reminded me most of my father. I'm the one who's sorry that I wasn't here when you needed me most. And about your mother, I'm not angry with her. Jacqueline was always a woman who did her own thing, so I trust she'll be back. I have more faith in her than anyone. You really love Mom more than anything, with the exception of you, of course. Now, would you please fill me in on the rest of what's going on with you? After that, Dad and I sat on the sofa, with Trevor in the window seat, as I told him everything. Well, almost everything. I couldn't tell him about the voice I was hearing or what I did to Mrs. Simmons, but everything else. Since Dad is a professor of literature and mythology at the university, he seemed to react a little better than my mom would when it came to talking about the shifters. Of course, he didn't exactly look at Trevor with any sort of wonderment, seeing as he had a 6-foot-tall werewolf acting as his daughter's bodyguard in the middle of a supernatural war. You and Milla handle this kind of thing unexpectedly well, Trevor said. Dad looked chuffed with himself at what I hoped was a compliment and not a sarcastic remark. Well, I've been researching the stories behind this town's origin for years. Where do you think Milla got it from? I assume you didn't get information on this, then. I pulled the stone out of my pocket for my father to see. If there was anyone who loved something new to learn about, it was my father, and the sparkle in his eyes proved that when he looked at it. It's a nice piece of amber you got here. I assume this is the key to the seal you were talking about? I nodded and handed it to him. The way he flipped it over in his hands and looked at it from all angles kind of reminded me of a child given a new toy. And it contains magic, you say? I nodded and smiled a little at Trevor, who was probably also thinking the same thing. I can try and show you, but Trevor may have to leave for a few seconds. That's fine. I couldn't help but laugh at that one as Trevor acted hurt. I'm going to need that back. Taking the stone from his hand and grabbing the glass of water that I was sure he was drinking earlier, I closed my eyes and tried to focus some of the magic from the stone. I tried to picture it freezing over in my hand as much as I could until I felt the cold in my hands themselves. A few seconds later, I opened my eyes and the glass was iced over. My dad looked to be in shock for a few minutes before I realized that he probably passed out somewhere along the lines. So much for handling it well. A few seconds later, Trevor came back inside with his phone in his hand. So I called my mom for ideas about where we can find anything on the stone. Yeah, and? She gave me a location for the last known witch camp. We can leave after your dad wakes up. I looked down at him for a second before waving a hand in front of his face. Nothing. He definitely passed out. Well, you can watch him for now. I think I need a shower before we think of meeting anyone.
Chapter 20. Trevor. This probably wasn't the best idea. Milla and I stood at the entrance to the pathway that was supposed to lead us to the witch coven, or rather what was left of it after the seal came up, and the place was giving me an odd vibe. The feeling of magic in the air was usually just annoying to the senses, but this was something else. It was putting me a little on edge. If it wasn't for the fact that my mother told us that this was where the coven was based, I'd have said that Milla and I had to get out of here like now. The magic angering your wolf again? Milla asked as if this was normal conversation between teenagers. I mean, yes, it was my normal, but now it had quickly become hers as well. She and her father confused me. No human had ever reacted so casually to the existence of magic and mythical creatures in their city. Milla told me it was because her dad was a bit of a nut when it came to mythology, and they both shared the love later on. Which, now that I think about it, made sense. When I first spoke to her in the cafeteria, she had been reading that old journal from one of my clan's ancestors. No idea how it had ended up in the public library, but it was nice to believe that anyone else who read it would have thought it was fiction. Are you sure we should be going in there? Especially carrying the stone around your wrist? Milla had taken to wearing the thing as a weird charm bracelet with the cord holding the stone against the back of her hand instead of as a necklace. It was in some ways better since she had long sleeves, but carrying something with a great deal of magical importance into a coven of witches might not end well in the long run. Where should I hide it, though? It's not like I have many hiding spots on me. Let me hold on to it for now. I'll give it back as soon as we need some magical assistance." Her face said that she wasn't going to let me do that. "It's fine. I'll keep my sleeves over it and try to pretend it's not even here, okay?" There was something odd in her eyes for a second before she avoided my gaze and tugged on her sleeve, pulling it down over the stone. "Let's go. Sooner we do this, the sooner we can go." She walked ahead of me down the pathway, not saying a word as we walked. Something happened in those few seconds. There was something that she wasn't telling me. It was as soon as I asked her to let me hold on to the stone. Was she becoming as attached to the thing as it was to her? There was no way of knowing if she didn't say anything. Why couldn't one of my powers be mind reading? That would make things a whole lot easier. "There it is." Milla pointed ahead to a small collection of tents and stone buildings in the nearest clearing. I could see how she thought so. But did these witches not see the advantages of electricity? Judging by that stone building, they probably did think of plumbing in the middle of building. There was a group of women walking between the buildings dressed in dark red cloaks, a few of them choosing to keep their hoods up as they carried firewood or food to different places in their campsite. Well, Mom was right on this one. "Be careful, okay?" I told Milla before we approached the camp. The women stopped what they were doing to look at us as we entered their space. There was a tense silence as they were trying to decide whether we were a threat or not. Most likely me, because by the looks of it, there were no men around here. "Hi, we're not here to hurt anyone. We just want to talk to your leader." Milla was taking the diplomatic approach here, it seemed. At least no one would get hurt this way. One of the older women stepped forward. Her hood was up, covering her hair, but she looked like she could be a school teacher with her strict expression. "What do you want with the mother?" "I just wished to ask her if she could help me. Weird things have been going on around me, and I was told that the coven would be able to help me control it." I had to admit, she wasn't a bad diplomat, or at least one of those people that could change your words for you. The woman seemed to be buying it as she spoke to a witch nearby. I couldn't understand what they were saying because whatever language they were speaking wasn't English by a long shot. French, maybe? The words that were coming out of their mouths just sounded like they were mashed together and missing some letters in the end. A few seconds later, the lady turned back to us again. "The girl can speak to her, but the boy must wait at the door. No man is allowed in her quarters." I would be more upset with this if it wasn't for the crowd of women that were starting to gather around us. The hairs on my neck were starting to tingle. Being surrounded like this was not very welcoming to me. "Come," the witch said before turning towards the back of camp. We weren't given much of an option as the crowd practically forced the both of us to keep moving forward towards one of the stone buildings in the middle of everything. When we got to the doors, the older witch entered first. A few seconds later, another woman with abnormally white hair and skin came to the door wearing a white cloak around her shoulders, unlike the others. This must be her. She looked at me with her red eyes before looking at Milla. "He may enter as well," was all she said before she retreated back inside. "The mother has spoken. Enter the both of you." Milla and I shared an uneasy look before we walked inside the building. It wasn't very big, but it was definitely decorated for comfort with pillows and cushions on every seat and space where someone could sit against the walls. The curtains were drawn for some reason, and there were candles everywhere, making the room a little creepy for my taste. There was no bed in here, thank goodness. That was going to give the wrong impression. The mother, as they seemed to call her, was busy lighting the last of the candles in the corner. "Take a seat anywhere you wish," she said. Milla moved forward to sit down on one of the pillows in a direct line with the door. Smart thinking. But I preferred to stand until I was sure I could trust this lady. "What is it you want to discuss?" she asked before she grabbed her own cushion and sat down in front of Milla. "I've been having some incidents that involve magic lately, and I was hoping that you could help me understand them. See, I've been having these visions and—" Wait. She's been having more of them? I could understand when she found me in the forest, but she said nothing about having more after that. When did your clairvoyance start? A few days ago. Tell me more about these incidents. The two went on like this for a while as Milla answered the woman's questions, thankfully not mentioning the stone. Milla came up with the excuse that there might have been witch blood on her mother's side of the family when the pale woman asked her where she thought her magic came from. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be impossible with Milla's ability to control the stone. I believe I can help you, the mother said after they were done. I had long since zoned out of the conversation, instead focusing on the amount of energy I could feel surrounding the building. Did these women think we were going to do something to their leader or something? We will help you control your magic here if you stay. There was something I didn't like about the way she said that. I was already on edge with the magic that was floating around in the air here. It didn't feel natural, and my inner wolf was just about ready to attack someone if given the chance. I knelt down next to her. Milla, I think you should take a few days to think about it, and we'll come back, all right? The witch didn't look very amused by my suggestion about leaving. She looked at me with those red eyes as if I should have been grateful that she let me in here. You're the wolf, am I correct? I bristled at her emphasis on that word. There was nothing I was going to give her that would confirm or deny her words. She rose to her feet, and then suddenly the doors burst open, flooding the room with light again. I believe we'll have to deal with you first.
Chapter 21. Milla. I believe we'll have to deal with you first. That was the last thing she said before everything went to hell. The witches outside swarmed the room and tried to grab us, pulling at my clothing at every turn until I had no choice but to slip out of my jacket, leaving it in one witch's hands as I tried to weave around them. The witches were everywhere, and even though I could pack a mean punch, it didn't seem to buy me more than a few seconds before the others tried to grab me as well. A few of them grabbed the bracelet through my sleeves, but something was keeping it stuck tight. Where was Trevor? There was a loud growling noise coming from outside, so I could only guess he was forced outside, or he had to go out there in order to shift. I had to get there. What were those words that the voice would use for attacks? Let me in. I will fight. Whatever that voice was, it was definitely reading my mind. I needed to get out of here, and the only way I was going to do that was to let it take control. Despite my better judgment, I submitted, and the voice took the wheel as the stone started to glow again, as if announcing its presence. I could only watch as my body moved in ways I never thought it could as it fought for me. I cleared the path to the door, and we ran outside to see Trevor fighting with the witches in his wolf form. My body and Trevor fought together against the witches, driving them back as we ran between the tents towards the road. We had almost made it before a wall of sound hit my ears, driving me to my knees and covering my ears. I was back in control all of a sudden. What happened? My ears felt like they were bleeding as I tried to see what was going on. My sense of balance was shot as I saw with fading vision as the witches surrounded us again and restrained Trevor first. I couldn't hear anything other than a faint ringing. Whatever created that noise used it like a sonic blast or something. I imagine this is what it was like being near a flash grenade. My eyes opened for a few seconds again to see a man stepping forward out of the crowd of women that looked different. That was when I realized it. They had similar changes like Mrs. Simmons did when they shifted. They were dragon shifters. We fell right into a trap. The man stepped in front of me with the mother next to him and a smirk on his face. That smile on his face was the last thing I saw before I blacked out. I'd seen it before. When I woke up, my ears were still ringing painfully, but at least I was able to finally hear some noises around me. They came in a soft mumble most of the time, but it was a sign that I wasn't going to lose my hearing entirely. On to my next problem. Where was I? Slowly pushing myself up, I realized that I was in a cell. The room was cold and bare other than the ledge I was sleeping on, and a toilet in the corner that I was grateful for. Even my captors didn't want to clean that up. The question still remained, though. Where was I exactly? I raised the arm the bracelet was on and noticed that it was gone. Of course, it was about the bloody stone. This was just another event in a series of unfortunate events. Dang it, I wish I was back home curled up with my books as if none of this ever happened. This stone had been nothing but trouble from the beginning for everyone. A few minutes later, the door to my cell opened, and the man I'd seen before I passed out walked in with his hands behind his back. Way to look like a supervillain. It took a few seconds before I remembered where I'd seen his face before. Mr. Drake? He smiled at me, and I remembered why I knew that smile so well. Noctis. This was his father. His father was a part of all this? Hello, Miss Dubois. It's nice to see you again after all these years. I see you've been well. What are you doing here? Do you really want me to spell it out for you? He didn't have to. Deep down, I already knew. He was a dragon shifter. Not only that, he was the new king. Does this mean that Noctis is a dragon shifter too? Looks like you're smarter than I gave you credit for, and with your magical abilities, you'd have been half decent for my son. Ouch, that hurt. What do you want with me? You got the stone, didn't you? Tell him nothing. Wait, that was a first. This is unexpected. How was I able to hear the voice without the stone being near me? Also, why not? It's not like the altar was of use anymore. Mr. Drake started pacing the length of the tiny room, hand on his chin like he was thinking very hard about something. Do you know what purpose the stone holds? He asked. I simply nodded. There was a feeling I was going to get a scolding in my head if I said anything else. Since you know about the seal, I suppose you know that it's fading the longer the stone is away from its nest? No. Then let me enlighten you. It was an evil artifact the witches of old used against me and my people. They even have to seek the help of the one they condemned to use it. Such treachery the witches are. They used the stone and took away our powers, including our memories. Now we have found the stone, like you said. Unfortunately, we don't have our powers back. That means our powers still lie hidden, trapped somewhere in that evil trinket. I could see how that could be a problem, but what did that matter to me? These were the bad guys, after all. There was a loud string of laughter in my head that was definitely not me. Now tell me, how are you connected to the witches, and what do you know about the stone? If not, I will kill your boyfriend right here before your eyes. What am I supposed to tell you when I don't know anything about the stone? Mr. Drake turned red out of fury and rushed at me, wrapping his hand around my throat and pulled my struggling body from the bed and into the air. If that's how it's going to be, I will enjoy watching you suffer until you give me the answers I want.
Chapter 22. Trevor. I didn't know how long we had been here for. Days, weeks, months. Everything just seemed to flow into each other, so there was no real way of knowing. The closest thing was maybe whenever they brought food, but even that was at random hours. Mila had it worse. I could hear her crying whenever they took her away and brought her back. There was no way of knowing what they were doing to her, and it was killing me. She was in the cell right next to me, so whenever she woke up screaming or crying, I heard it. Most nights I would sit against the wall with my hand on it as if she would be able to feel me, the closest thing to a connection between us. The concrete was, unfortunately, too thick to break with how weak I was. The amount of food they were giving me only kept me alive, but not strong enough to do anything. I thought of my mom a lot while I was alone. How was she coping with all this? Did my brothers come back home to be there for her? Or was she all alone like me? Dad floated through my thoughts a few times as well. I hoped he was still alive, but there was no way of knowing the answer to that either. Milla's dad was probably going to curse me into the next life for allowing this to happen, but I tried. I really did. There was nothing more I could do from inside this cell. It was another long while of me sitting against Milla's wall before I heard the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Milla was either asleep or out of her cell, so it was probably mealtime. When the door opened, I watched the guard place the bowl of what could have been oatmeal in its previous life on the bed before looking at me. I knew this guy. The one with the funny name that kept staring at Milla. Wait. My voice was half gone with the amount of dust in my throat. You knew Milla before all this, right? He just nodded at me. Can't you help her? She doesn't deserve all this. Please, as her friend, her ex, or whatever you were, please save her. The guy just looked at me before he left the cell, slamming the door shut and locking it quickly. Well, I tried. Chapter 23. Trevor. Whenever a guard came again, I left them with the same request. I didn't care what happened to me anymore. As long as she got out of this, even dying would have been a better option for me than this endless prison sentence. Whenever the thought of death came up, I told myself that I would be able to welcome it with open arms. Although on the other hand, my mother would be devastated. I couldn't do that to her, but was this any better? I was alive but unable to see her. Unable to tell her how much I loved her, as well as how sorry I was for a lot of the things I didn't do for her, like showing my appreciation for how much she actually spoiled me. I missed her terribly to the point that whenever I slept, I would be with her again in the kitchen. It didn't even matter what we were cooking, as long as I got to see that smile on her face one more time, even if it was just in my dreams. My eyes were heavy as I tried to sleep again. It was too quiet now without the sound of footsteps outside our cells, and Milla seemed to be completely knocked out when they brought her back from whatever torture she faced during the day. I tossed and turned on the concrete beneath me, trying to find sleep that didn't want to come. Why was I even trying? There was no such thing as comfort on concrete. So I settled for sitting against Milla's wall for the time being, hugging my knees to my chest so that I could rest my head against them. It's been a lot easier to do this with my muscle faded into skin and bone. Whatever time it was now, someone was sleeping out there in my stead. I tried to close my eyes again for a few moments before my ears picked something up from outside. Footsteps. Was it mealtime or Milla's time to go again? A few seconds later, the door to my cell opened, but nobody came in. Was I imagining things? Dragging myself up to my feet, I shuffled toward the open door and looked outside to see someone opening Milla's door as well. The difference was, whoever it was went inside. A few moments later, he came out with whom I could only imagine was Milla in his arms. He came to me, and then I saw that it was him. The ex or whatever. What was his name? Nathan, Norman? Come on, we don't have much time, he said before he carried Milla down the hallway. I tried to follow as quickly as I could, but I didn't know when I had last used my ankles. They were aching by the time we got outside. We were still at the place where the witch coven was. It was dark all around the camp, and there didn't seem to be anyone. Come on, this way. We headed into the trees, heading to who knows where, and all I could think was how glad I was that we were outside. My inner wolf was practically wagging its tail like a Labrador as we moved through the trees. A few minutes later, however, there was a loud shout coming from the direction we came. They found out we escaped. We have to split up. I looked at the guy like he was insane. There's no point in all of us being caught, especially since I took the stone. Either this guy was king of the idiots or a hero. He pointed out a separate path for me to go before tossing me a set of keys. Head that way. You'll find my truck. It'll take you back towards town. I'll take Mila, since you can't carry her. Head out to Pine Road, and I'll meet you there." "Right." We went separate ways as planned, but was it worth trusting that guy with both Mila and the stone? The two might have had some history, which was obvious in the way he looked at her when he thought I wasn't looking, but was it wise to trust him? I guess I didn't have a choice.
Mila. When I woke up, I realized I was being carried. I had passed out earlier after the order was given to take me back to my cell, but where was I now? Who was carrying me, and where were we going? I had long given up in trying to fight off anything. If I was being taken to my execution, so be it. My body was numbingly painful and very, very tired. Even trying to open my eyes was a pain I couldn't bear. I couldn't even try to summon any magic with the amount of energy in my system being nothing but fumes. The dragon shifters were clever enough to realize what it took to keep a person alive but not able to do anything, desperate for anything they had to give. They hadn't broken me completely, though. If I had the strength, I would happily have fought back instead of falling into quiet submission. My real want in life at the moment was to see my parents together again. Just one last time. The dream of it happening was enough to carry my mind away from everything until I felt a stop. Mila? Noctis. Where was he? Was I dreaming again? Mila. My body ached again as I felt the slight movements rock the muscles. I forced an eye open to see Noctis standing over me. We were outside somewhere. My mouth opened a little, but there was no sound. My throat was too dry after the tears. Mila, can you stand on your own? Probably not. I'm going to kill that bastard for this. Noctis took one of my hands and put something in my palm before gently closing my fingers around it. The stone. He stole it back for us. The magic within it ran into me like the warmth from a hot bath, soothing some of the worst pain. It was trying to heal me. Are you still with me? I just let out a hum as I felt the warmth flow down to my legs and wrap around them. Noctis? I'm right here, he said with his hand wrapped around my own. Are you okay? My throat was scratchy and painful every time I tried to speak. I've been better. My eyes finally opened a little more to see that we were outdoors. Was I dreaming? Was I really out of that cell? We made it to your friend's drive, but I can't go any further than this, Mila. I have to lead the dragons away from here. The warmth in my legs told me I could make it the last few steps, but any more than that and whatever magic the stone gave would be wasted. I can make it. Just let me down. He gently lowered me onto my shaky feet a few feet away from the Hayes' house. There was an unfamiliar truck parked out front, but other than that, it was just as I remembered it. I will come back for you soon, was the last thing he said before he planted a gentle kiss on my forehead and ran back into the forest. If I didn't already feel like my face was on fire, it was even warmer on that spot. With that feeling as the last motivation, I used it to get to the front door of the house before my legs finally gave in, and I was forced to hold onto the wall for the few seconds it took for Mrs. Hayes to open the front door and catch me before I fell. She didn't ask me anything. Instead, she picked me up with a surprising show of strength for a woman her size and carried me inside the house. It was only when we got to the guest bedroom that she put me down. How long was I gone? I asked, feeling the last of the magic the stone gave me return back to its home. My eyes were closing, but I definitely heard the answer to my question. We'd been gone for 2 weeks.
Chapter 24. Trevor. 2 weeks. We had been in that hellhole for 2 whole weeks. Since we got back to the house, it was impossible not to notice how much my mom had suffered during this time, and it was just one of the many things that we both felt guilty for. My mother blamed herself for leading us straight into the dragon shifter's trap, and I blamed myself for not listening to my instinct. The consequence we both faced was up in our guest room. Mila was broken in more ways than I was, and it wasn't fair. There was no way I could bring myself to ask her what she had gone through. It would just cause her to relive all of it and make things worse. "Trevi, you have to eat something." My mom stood over me with a bowl. "Please tell me it's not oatmeal." The look on her face answered the question. "I'll get you some soup instead. Better?" I nodded before she left the room with a smile that was trying to fool itself into a real one. What was going to happen to us now? With Mila and I gone for so long, the sheriff's office had to go to each house to check where we were, especially since we never showed up for school. I wondered if we got a nice broadcast announcement like Liam. Mila's friends would be the most affected since they had lost another friend. No friends to cry over me, though. "Sweetheart," Mom stood at the door with a new bowl in one hand and a plate of toast in the other. "I made your favorite chicken noodle." A smile grew on my face. "I love you, Mom." Later that day, Mila's dad was at the door. I could practically hear him huffing and puffing to see his daughter. Naturally, Mom led him upstairs to the bedrooms. When he passed my room, I could see how tired he was. I thought he might have been wearing the same outfit the day we left, and the way his hair was curled, he definitely wasn't coping well without his family. I could hear him crying from the next room. Even though I probably shouldn't have, I forced myself out of bed and to the door. When I looked around the corner into the guest bedroom, Mila's dad was kneeling next to the bed with one of Mila's fragile-looking hands in between his own as she slept. Mom probably had to use Dad's sleeping pills to make that happen. The way his shoulders were moving, he was crying for sure. If you looked at it now, it was easy to see why. She looked fragile like a cracked china doll. One hard push could have broken her completely. "I know you're there. Just come in and shut the door." I wasn't going to argue with that. After stepping inside and gently shutting the door, Mila's dad turned to look at me. He looked as if he had aged several years over the past 2 weeks, with the gray in his beard and red eyes. The day Mila was born, I made a promise to her and Jacqueline that no matter what decision she wanted to make for her future, I would support her 100% or nothing. My father wasn't like that, and we would fight tooth and nail over every decision, including my wife, until he was on his deathbed. Do you want to know what he said when I asked him why? I nodded. Because he believed that he was making the right choices for me. Now, do you know why I'm telling you this, Trevor? Not at all. He let out a sigh and turned back to Mila. Because I'd like to believe that I raised a daughter that knew the right choices to make. I didn't know how to respond to that. If this is the result of the choice she has made, just help her not to regret it.
Chapter 25. Mila. Dad, can you stop fussing? I feel fine. Can you stop being so stubborn like your mother and let me take care of you for once? Dad and I have been like this for 3 weeks now. He's driving me up the wall with his insistence that I couldn't even leave the bed for the bathroom. The last few times he even carried me there himself. This was embarrassing on so many levels, and I was starting to hate the situation. There were even a few times when the stone reacted to my frustration. Either something would knock over or break, such as the case of the various mugs and glasses he would bring up for me during the day to keep my hydration levels up. But after the last coffee mug we had to replace, it finally managed to get him to stop. Since Mrs. Hayes told him that he could stay until I was well enough to move again, it was as if I had suddenly become one of those mannequins that you see in department stores in the city. At first, when he said that he'd never let me out of his sight again, I figured he meant that he was going to be there more after work or something. This was suffocating. Dad, I can walk. Just let me move so I can strengthen my legs again, will you? This was one of the few arguments I actually won against him just because I wanted some orange juice. Trevor and Mrs. Hayes were loving this. Every time Trevor saw me after a fight with my dad, he had this weird smile on his face, like I was some sort of angry kitten or something. Mrs. Hayes just loved having the noise around. There was still no word on Mr. Hayes or my mother, so having my dad around to compare stories of the old days or whatever with seemed like a fine substitute for now, but there were still those moments when you could see the sadness in his eyes whenever he said my mother's name. We had both tried to call her phone several times with no luck. He must have thought that she would be back by now. Since he couldn't split all of his affection anymore between my mother and me, I was getting the full force. "You know it's just because he's worried about you, right?" Trevor said to me once as we sat on the front porch one afternoon. "I know, but it's sucking all the energy out of me." I let out a heavy sigh and brought up my knees to my chest. I miss my mom, even in times like this. Trevor put a gentle hand on my shoulder, first for a second to see if I would flinch before just leaving it there. There was something about him that calmed me down nowadays. Maybe it was because we went through this experience together or something. He understood me and the hesitation I had whenever someone wanted to touch me. There were several moments in the middle of the night when I'd wake up wanting to scream or cry, but Trevor was there to make sure I didn't hurt myself or break another window like the first time. My magic was spiraling out of control, but he was there for all of it with a hug or something to say to comfort me. He was cool and calm. We sat like this for a while until we heard the sound of a car coming up the driveway. Maybe my dad was back from the grocery store. He wasn't. It was that truck that was parked outside of the house when we escaped. Noctis. Trevor pulled his hand away as Noctis climbed out of the car. "Mila, Trevor." He nodded towards each of us. "Hi, Noctis," I greeted before Trevor nodded as a way of greeting back. Noctis walked over to us, scanning us for a second, before a small smile curled on his face. "I see you're doing well, much better than the last time." Obviously, his social skills hadn't changed since the last time we had spoken. "Thank you for helping us. I know your life must have been very difficult after that." "Things have been difficult. I've actually been in hiding since I helped you two. My dad somehow knew that it was me that stole the stone." I looked up at Trevor with the silent request of helping him, but the boy shook his head at me. Guess I couldn't even ask, could I? "I hope that you're sleeping somewhere warm at least." "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Anyway, I'll be in touch." With that, he climbed back into his car and left. The boy was unnecessarily complicated for anyone's good. It's like trying to hold a conversation with a fish. Where Trevor was cool and calm, Noctis was ice. Yet I didn't know how to feel about either. Chapter 26. Mila. A few days later, I managed to get Dad to finally back off and give me the space I needed, which meant that I could finally walk around the house and sometimes outside with Trevor by myself. I couldn't walk around on my own with the stone still hanging from my wrist, so I always had someone with me whenever I wanted fresh air. After a while, I didn't mind since Trevor and I finally had time to get to know each other. He told me stories of when he was a kid growing up with his 3 older brothers until they left for college, as well as some of his favorite things. I came to realize that we had a lot in common, actually. Something in our relationship changed over time, and now we were close enough to be considered friends, but the connection now was something more. There weren't many feelings in my past relationships that could be compared to this. We shared a bond. Whether it would turn into a romantic one or not remained to be seen. The last romantic bond I had was passionate, yes, but it lacked that sense of closeness that we both wanted because of our circumstances at home. Or rather his. It took me a while to remember his father's first name, but after thinking about it, it probably wasn't easy to have a dad with his name as old-fashioned as his moral code. Octavian. It was a name I thought I'd only hear in a history book until Noctis brought me home to meet his parents. Little did I know how different he was compared to his father. Noctis was leagues better than that man, both then and now. While Noctis wasn't the best of exes, he certainly wasn't the worst. He remembered birthdays, dates, and anniversaries. There was a pile of gifts that I used to have that came from him. It's just that he had trouble communicating about his feelings, not to mention the wall that he so constantly kept around him that was impossible to break through. I could not help but wonder how things would have been if we were together as the people we were now, instead of the ones back then. "Mila," Trevor said to me as he knocked on the door to the guest room later that day, "there's a call for you. You may want to come and listen to this." It turned out to be Noctis. "So this is what I found out after some digging," he said as we spread out around the living room. "According to the people I went to interrogate, my dad had made his move." My dad looked at me to make sure this was indeed the Noctis he had met back when we were dating. I just gave him a sheepish nod. Yep, this was him. The real Witch Coven was raided and captured by his forces a few days before you went there. A few of them escaped and went into hiding, but the others were taken somewhere else. I met one of the witches who escaped, and we've been hiding out together until I can get her back to where the new coven is. And I assume you need some help with that, Trevor asked in a low voice. Says the one who was looking for the witches first, Noctis snapped back at him through the phone. Anyone with a brain could say the two of them got along like oil and water. Before they started arguing like two dogs fighting over a bone, I needed to just step in. Mrs. Hayes, would you mind one more person for the night? Clearly, she also noticed the spitting contest that was going to happen and just laughed. Sure, why not? I've hosted more than this lot and much livelier.
Chapter 27. Trevor. Why the hell was I the one that had to go and meet him? Ever since the last time we saw each other, Noctis was about as friendly as a cranky old man was to children. It was the way he looked at me compared to everyone else, as if I wasn't worth the energy to play nice with, and that was all that there was to it. He was a hell of a lot nicer as a prison guard. At least then, he didn't have the time to stare at me like what he was doing now. After his phone call, Mom sent me out to Town Square to meet him in order for us to meet the witch that would help us find the coven. However, since he got in the car, he had been staring at me out of the corner of his eye as if he wanted to start a fight. If he wanted one, we can do it when we were done. "Do we have a problem?" I asked. "Mila, what do you want with her?" So this was the case. I should have known, considering the way these two acted around each other. He wanted someone he couldn't have. "What does it matter to you?" He took a long time to think about it during our walk across the square. There was nobody out since it was the middle of the night, but the streetlights at least made it bright enough to see where we were going. "I've made a lot of mistakes in the past," he finally started. "I wasn't good enough to be anything that concerned Mila, especially considering the relationship I had with my family at the time. After the seal broke, it was even worse, but I knew that I had to at least make something right in my life, and that was her." "So you want her back, is that what you want to tell me?" He shook his head. "No, I'm still not what she deserves, but I'm working on it." This was one weird guy. But maybe he wasn't as terrible as I thought he was. There was more to the story than he was letting on, especially when it came to these so-called mistakes of his. But this wasn't the time for it. Therapy can wait. "We're here," he said, indicating the tall building next to us. The bloody public library. Of all the places a witch could hide, she chose the library. Actually, maybe it wasn't a bad idea after all. I wouldn't expect one here either. "Wait somewhere nearby where no one can see you," Noctis said before he went around the side of the building. Was he breaking in through the staff entrance? Anyway, I decided to duck behind one of the old building's pillars and waited. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Noctis came back with a woman walking closely behind him wearing a large black hoodie that did a better job hiding her face from most angles than I expected. I came out of hiding and she jumped behind Noctis, hiding herself behind him. Were all witches this skittish? "It's okay, he's a friend, you can trust him." The witch looked up at me before whispering something in Noctis's ear. Are we playing a game or something now? "Don't worry, he won't judge, I think." The witch stepped away from Noctis and flipped off her hood. She had short blonde hair that barely covered her ears and glasses. Hold up. Wasn't this one of Mila's friends? The one that worked here? She took off her glasses and I was stunned. "You've got to be kidding me." "Unfortunately, no. I just hide really well in plain sight." "So you're not a guy?" "In a manner of speaking." Noctis looked between the two of us before shrugging. "Can we get going already? We still have one more stop, remember?" Chapter 28. Trevor. Milla was about as floored as I was when we got back to the house. In fact, she nearly fell onto the floor once we told them that her friend, whose name was supposedly Artie, was in fact the witch Noctis had been hiding this whole time. You can't pay for moments like that in real life very often, but Artie here was the real deal. How? Milla asked the question we all wanted to know. I was born female into the witch coven, but when I wasn't thinking like one, my mother decided that it was a better choice to let me live out of the coven with my dad. By then, I already had been able to use magic until the seal was put in place. I feel like we need an age check on everyone in this town, I heard Milla's dad whisper to her. Well, it wasn't a bad idea, but did anyone really want to know, especially when it came to the shifters? Not me. According to Mom, I actually was the age it says on my birth certificate, but the others. I can sense magic in you, Milla. It's neither light or dark, but it's magic. What does that mean? Well, it's neither good or evil depending on the user, but it can be used for either side, like a wild card. So, I'll be able to meet the coven? Yeah. But we'd have to leave right now before they move again.
Milla. Artie was a witch. I couldn't believe it until this day when I saw him. Arthur Spinnet was a witch. I bet no one would have thought that there was a chance that there was a witch like him in any sort of coven. I had to admit that I was thrilled to have a witch as a friend already, let alone it be the one that I usually skip gym class with. So was this the reason for his paranoia toward the showers? I mean, it would make sense now that I thought about it. There were all sorts of people in the world, after all. Artie, Trevor, and I were sitting in the back of Noctis's pickup truck while Dad was in the front with the driver as we headed out towards the location where Artie said the member of the coven was hiding. The three of us sat quietly. Although I had a bunch of questions that I wanted to ask Artie, I was not sure if there was anything worth saying as the truck moved along the dark open road. The wind blew through my hair, letting it fly into my face several times as we moved along. Milla, Artie said from his spot next to me, I know you have questions, but I just wanted to say this wasn't an easy thing to hide from everyone. There was just no way of knowing how people would react to people like me. There was already a lot of backlash in the original coven because I wanted to be myself, so I didn't know what to do when I was forced to live in this small town with this. He had a good point. A few, actually. In this place full of gossips, they'd have eaten a secret like this alive. It's okay. It'll be our little secret. Right, Trevor? I looked pointedly at the larger boy, who merely nodded at me. Exactly. Thanks, Milla. After driving for a while, Artie had us pull off the road somewhere just off the interstate that went north towards the city. We're almost there, but we'll have to walk the rest of the way. Do witches have an affinity for the woods or something? My dad asked from behind us. Nature in general. It's just stronger to cast spells outdoors. That explained a few things, like why anyone would be hiding out here in the middle of nowhere as a witch. We followed after Artie until we spotted the familiar orange glow of the campfire. There we saw a group sitting around the fire. They jumped up as soon as they saw us. Calm down, it's just me, Artie said, raising his hands as a gesture of peace. Oh, Anna, it's you, one of the ladies said, climbing up to her feet and walking towards us. The flinch in Artie's eye was obvious. It's not Anna anymore, Mom. It's Arthur. The woman didn't seem to be very impressed with his statement. Anyway, no time for that. We came to ask for your help. She looked at the rest of us with confusion before turning back to the fireplace. Jackie, isn't that your daughter? One of the figures sitting behind the fire stood up and stepped towards us. It was Mom. My mother was here and we found her. My mother was a witch after all. Despite my prior suspicion, it was still a shocking discovery. Turned out the lie I told the dragon shifters back then wasn't much of a lie after all. I did have magic in my blood. Chapter 29. Milla. Mom, what are you doing here? Milla? Jacqueline? Oh, right. The only other person who couldn't be more surprised by this news was here, too. My father pushed past all of us and practically tackled my mother into a bear hug that made her laugh. His tears started to flow as he held onto my mother. I knew you were all right. I swore I saw tears in my mother's eyes, too. No, you can't be here. Both of you must leave right now. Didn't you see my note? We won't leave you, I said. Not after we finally found you. And you shouldn't leave us just like that. My voice started to shake as I felt my eyes and face burning. All the emotions of how much I missed her was coming at me all at once. I'm sorry, Milla. I went to the woods looking for you that day. But, as I expected, I was attacked. Attacked? Yes. When my memories returned, I tried calling you, but couldn't get through. So Mom did try to warn me. Must be because of that crappy signal at the woods. I feared you would run into one of them, so I went after you. Unfortunately, I was attacked by one of them, a most evil creature. I was wounded, knocked out. Luckily, 2 of my own people found me. It was them who drove the creature away and saved me. I wanted to find you, but I was too weak to walk. My friends were out trying to find you, but our enemy found us. Thanks to an unlikely ally, we managed to escape and eventually found this place as our temporary refuge. Seems I made the right decision to leave that note. I wanted to have a chance to warn you in case something should happen to me. I'm sorry, Mom. This is all my fault, I said, my eyes warm with tears. For a time, a part of me was angry with Mom for leaving us so suddenly. But after hearing what she had gone through for me, I felt so angry with myself for being so childish. If only I hadn't been so nosy and took the stone, all this wouldn't have happened. Don't be silly, dear. You've got nothing to do with all of this. Those vile creatures are to blame. This evil creature you mentioned that attacked you, was it a dragon shifter? Yes. How do you know? We already know about the seal, the dragon shifters, werewolves, you guys, I mean, the witches, I explained. You do? We settled down on a nearby spot. Mom couldn't believe what she heard when I told her about what happened to Kara and my meeting with Trevor and the events that followed. Mom then recounted the events prior to her sudden departure. You were out hiking with your friends when it happened. I felt a strange sensation. It was like my mind was spinning and flashes of events I never knew existed came rushing through my mind all at once. Memories foreign yet familiar at the same time. I remembered who I was. I remembered the last horrific scenes of the battle. I remembered her. Her? Centuries ago, we were fighting a hopeless battle against the dragon shifters, led by their cruel and powerful king, Octavian. Many of us perished in the fight, both werewolves and witches alike. Octavian's prowess had grown so tremendously that none of us could defeat him. Driven to desperation, we took the most desperate measure. There was a witch who lived out in the mountains, the last of the ancient witches, the most powerful of our kind, Elamir. She was the only one who stood a chance against Octavian, but it would soon turn out to be a terrible mistake. You mean she wasn't powerful enough to defeat the Dragon King? Quite the contrary. Her powers outmatched that even of the Octavian. But Elamir was a dark witch. Before we found her, she was imprisoned in the mountains, condemned for eternity for a terrible crime she committed. Many of us were against the idea, but our leader managed to convince most of us to take the risk given the circumstances. Elamir's powers were sealed away by the ancient witch queen in a rare magical stone to prevent her from ever using them again. Together we released her powers from the stone. What happened after that? Dad asked. Elamir's powers returned. Though she was still weak from the long years of imprisonment, much of her magic still remained. Her plan was to use the stone against the dragon shifters, strip them of their powers the way it had for hers. To use such a spell, we needed a place where magic was most potent. So we took Elamir to the witches' circle near the mountains, a circular formation of rocks to do the job. The magic of the stone would strip anyone of their powers near the outside of the circle. We barely made it to the formation in time as Octavian and the dragon shifters were already approaching the mountains, killing all in their path. We had help from a group of werewolves who held off the enemy as we were in the middle of conjuring the spell. When it was done, Elamir nullified the dragon shifters who charged at us from outside the circle using the power of the stone, and one by one she struck them down. Victory was near, but then our worst fear happened. Elamir expelled us from the circle. Mustering all her might, she then used the stone on everyone outside the circle. The spell was so powerful that its effect pervaded the whole of Strangeville and beyond. That was her plan all along, to rob us of magic so she could remain as the only one with it. That's evil. What happened after? I can't remember. The next thing I know, we were all lost souls walking in the wilderness, remembering nothing of what happened before, save for our names and friends. And so enemies became strangers, and strangers became friends, and the surviving dragon shifters, werewolves, and witches lived together to build Strangeville into the town it is today. Over time, we began to learn about our immortality, and kept it from outsiders. I am sorry for leaving you. As soon as my memory returned, I thought back to what happened and recalled the last moments before Elamir wielded the stone. Though I wasn't entirely sure, I knew our memory loss had something to do with Elamir using the stone. I also knew if I regained my memories, so would the dragon shifters. Just then Mom eyed behind me, and I turned and saw Noctis. He's the one who saved us when we were ambushed by Octavian's men. If not for Noctis, my mom would have been killed by the dragon shifters. Though I still don't trust him, Mom said. He could be a spy for all we know, sent to gather intel on the whereabouts of the stone. He's the one who got us out from prison, Mom. He got the stone back from Mr. Drake. I think we can trust him. I hope so, dear. So, if the seal is restored, all of you, the shifters will lose their powers and memories and everything will go back to the way it was before? I asked. Theoretically, yes, Mom said. Shouldn't we hurry? I said. I'm afraid it isn't so simple. To restore the seal, we need to carry out the ritual at the witch's circle, but the ritual will only be possible with the stone. The stone, I mumbled and showed it to my mom. Is this the one? How did you get this? Mom stared at me, shocked. I found it near the mountains. I was the one who broke the seal. Milla, the stone. Trevor grabbed my hand and raised it to reveal it shining red instead of its usual yellow. Artie's mother stepped forward and looked between the stone and my face before turning to Trevor. I just heard, "Take it off her now," before I saw the white light flood my senses again and I felt the voice's presence in my mind. Let me in. They want the stone. Let me in. It chanted these words several times, creating a fire through my brain once again as I felt my control slipping away. The voice wasn't showing me what it was doing this time as I tried to fight her off. It felt as if there were several ropes snaking around me, trying to keep me still as I struggled to fight off the pressure on my brain. You can't have the control this time. Get out! The voice laughed before I felt the connection between us cut off. It was gone for now. I was back. When I opened my eyes, I found several horrified faces looking down at me. Milla, Trevor was the first to ask. Yeah, it's me. The whole group let out a sigh of relief before they helped me to sit up. My arms were tied behind my back, and before I could ask why, I saw the reason. The entire campsite was destroyed. Fire dancing on top of everything, with the witches who were living here hiding behind the trees, terrified by what just happened. What did she do? I mouthed as I watched the other witches move to extinguish the flames. My mother and Artie looked at me as if they had no idea who I was anymore. I didn't blame them. I hadn't a clue either. The person that did this clearly wasn't me, yet she was me at the same time. It was like watching that fight with the dragon shifters all over again. This time, however, I couldn't stop her. She fed on whatever negative emotions I had and somehow used that as her power. Where's the stone? I asked, and Trevor held up the cord it was tied with. It was broken, so it meant one of them took it off me by force. The stone was different. It was now a deep red. Milla, Is there something you haven't told me? Trevor asked. I think we need to get that thing back to the altar, Artie butted in. The magic inside is obviously affecting you, and whatever you are channeling is changing it as well. He was right. The stone was changing me. It was trying to possess me. I think I'm going to need your help.
Chapter 30. Trevor. That was one of the most terrifying experiences I had ever witnessed. It was like Mila had been transformed into the Dark Witch herself during those brief moments. One moment she was normal, and the next she suddenly fell to the ground screaming and clutching her head with the stone glowing wildly on her wrist. My inner wolf was going crazy before we saw her get back to her feet, her eyes a fiery orange as she stared at all of us. Then came the spells. I had never seen a witch cast such immense magic all at once and without any sort of help. What bothered me most was that voice Mila spoke in. It wasn't Mila's. It sounded older, much older, and graver at the same time. Mila wasn't herself and didn't recognize anyone when we tried to reason with her. If it wasn't for Artie's idea of snapping the stone off of her wrist, there was no telling what she would have done. A sudden movement next to me snapped my attention back to reality. Hey, Artie said as he took a seat next to me in front of the fire. Mila was on the other side, asleep between her parents. Are you okay? Yeah, but that was really unexpected. It was probably the only response I could have given. I wasn't okay. The girl I'd been hanging out with for the past 2 months tried to kill me. It wasn't her, Trevor. It's the darkness inside the stone. She's been exposed to it for far too long. I knew it wasn't her doing, but that didn't stop me from picturing her face with those scary eyes and that killing instinct. She was capable of becoming a killing machine given the amount of magic she could channel, but the real question was, did that power come from her or the stone? When can we get rid of this thing? The next full moon at best. But that's a week away. It's the time when magic is at its strongest, but there's a chance of failure if she can't control it properly. We both looked at her sleeping face. What choice did we have? It was definitely worth trying at least. She won't be able to do it alone. He nodded. I know. I will give her all the help she needs. Guess it's time to make some calls. We'll need backup. Lots of it. Chapter 31. Trevor. It was going to be a long week until the full moon. Mom and I were on the phone throughout the first couple of days trying to gather up the last allies we had on this side of the state. We had already called my brothers, and while Keith was in the middle of something big at the university, Jack and Eli promised that they would drive down by the weekend. So we at least had half of the Hayes family ready and willing to throw down if needed. We weren't as lucky with the rest of the calls. Cousins from over the next town weren't willing to fight, and there were friends who didn't want to risk their lives. Many had either just gotten married or had kids that they couldn't bear to leave unprotected. There were maybe 4 or 5 yeses out of all the calls we had made, which meant our guard detail for the ritual was going to be small. Ever since we got back to the house, Mom kept the stone wrapped up tight in a place where it couldn't hurt anyone, especially Mila. Somehow, it seemed like it wasn't as much of a problem to her own training as we thought it would be. Arthur's a surprisingly patient teacher when it came to Mila's incredibly short temper nowadays. Whenever she tried to cast something without the stone and it didn't work right the first time, she practically threw a fit and started pouting for the rest of the lesson. It was kinda cute, actually. What was even better, though, was the smile when she did it right. She really was a nut like her dad. Speaking of her parents, somewhere along the line it seemed like the entire family had now moved in. When we returned from the Witch Coven's base, Mila's mother asked if she could come along to supervise Mila's training. However, there was none of that since Mila and her mother were never in the same room long enough to actually do anything together. Any training-related activity was going through Artie, and everything else went through my mother or her father. I didn't know what goes on in that family half the time, and I shouldn't. Everyone needed to go back to their own homes as soon as this was over, or I was going to go full wolf and start marking territories. Mila was one thing, but this was going a bit overboard. "Trevor?" Mila nudged me in the ribs. "Do you think everything will go back to normal after this?" I honestly didn't know. Even though we were making plans for any kind of event, there was still no guarantees that all of this was going to be truly over soon. It seemed like a simpler solution to just let it die sometimes. But that wasn't going to be an option with both sides of the war making their own plans. How long would they even wait before they came after us here? The house wasn't shifter-proof, and even though there were a lot of people here, only a few were truly fighters. Either way, we were stuck with the ritual option, but on the upside, we weren't alone. "I don't know what is normal anymore when it comes to us, huh?" She leaned against me with a relaxed smile. "Depends. Do you think there may be a possibility of an us after this?" "If we make it through to the end, then yes."
Mila. On our last day before the full moon, Mom came to find me sitting on the stairs. I tended to do this a lot lately. The feeling of being outside just made me feel much better compared to being indoors nowadays. Even if I was reading something Mrs. Hayes gave to me from her shelf, I'd sit outside to read it where I could see the sky above me clearly, no matter if it was day or night. She sat down next to me with that serious expression on her face that I hadn't seen since the time she decided to tell me about the birds and the bees. That was not a good talk. "I think we need to talk before we all run off on our own missions again." Before finding her, there was a part of me that was pissed at her for leaving. But after knowing she did it to keep us from harm, I didn't know quite how to face her. I guess I was angry at myself for being ignorant. A sigh escaped me before I just turned my head in her direction. "What is it, Mom?" "I talked to your father about everything that happened while I was gone." My brow raised. "And?" "I'm sorry for everything. Starting with that weekend." I couldn't look at her like this. "There were many things I should have done instead of taking off the way I did. I should have waited for you to come back. I should have taken you with me. I should have been there for you when Kara died. I know there will be some time before we can speak to each other like we used to. But I do want you to know that I love you and think that you deserve the world. You're still the best in my eyes, and neither your father nor I would ever want to change you." As she rose to her feet and prepared to head back to the house, I called out to her, "I'm sorry, Mom. Please don't leave us again." She lowered and tucked my head into her shoulder, comforting me as we gave in to tears. "I am so sorry, dear. I won't ever leave you again. I promise." Chapter 32. Mila. It was time. We all gathered in the living room the night of the full moon for our last words before we set out. There were a few other shifters that came in just before sundown, including Trevor's older brothers, Jack and Elliot, who preferred to go by Eli. The other Hayes boys looked more like their father than Trevor did, with their crooked noses and square chins, unlike Trevor, who inherited his mother's round face and straight nose. As soon as they saw their baby brother, they practically jumped on him. And the three of them were wrestling in the driveway until Mrs. Hayes came out of the house and gave them a scolding for dirtying their clothes, even though they were technically grown men. She wasn't really mad, though, which was obvious from the smile on her face when she came back inside the house, followed by her three big boys. Jack was an engineering student, apparently, who was trying to look into ways to improve farm equipment, and Eli was a zoology major who seemed to really love animals. I guessed it made sense if you could turn into one, right? They both attended the state university, and it seemed that Jack was actually one semester away from graduation. It kind of made me wonder what kind of future I would have after all this was over. There were a lot of options to choose from, but, of course, that would only come after high school. I loved learning a lot of different things, but there was no degree in magic at any sort of university. What kind of things would I be able to accomplish in the future? The future was a bit of a scary unknown when you took the time to think about what kind of path you would actually want to follow. I didn't know yet, and I'd like to believe that was fine. I was young, and there were still many possibilities, and one of them included Trevor. However, I couldn't keep thinking about the distant future. There was a chance I might not even make it that far if we didn't fix the present problem. "Are you sure you want me to stay here?" Dad asked for the 10th time. We all agreed that he, Mom, and Mrs. Hayes all stayed here in the event that something went wrong. The idea of Dad being anywhere near something dangerous was enough to give me anxiety. I put my hands on his shoulders and just decided to look him straight in the eye and hoped he'd listen. "Dad, yes, please, stay here where it's safe. We won't be long, and after we're done with the ritual, we'll come right back." "Promise me you'll come back, Milla." "I promise." I gave him a quick hug and kissed him on the cheek before doing the same with Mom. "I'll see you both later. I love you guys." Mom looked like she was about ready to start tearing up before I pulled away from her. "We love you too, Milla." "Ready to go, everyone?" Everyone gave me their own cry of yes with a smile. I turned to Artie and Trevor, who were waiting for me at the door. "Let's do this." Walking through the woods seemed to go a lot faster in a group for some reason, because we reached the altar in record time. The full moon was shining high above the clearing, making everything shine underneath a beautiful white light. Trevor handed me the piece of tarp that Mrs. Hayes wrapped the stone in, and Artie and I stepped forward into the circle of the altar. "Milla," Artie said to me once we reached the center of the altar, "this is it. Once you connect with the stone, the spirit will try to take over you. There's no turning back. Are you sure you're ready?" "I am. We can't back out now, not after we have come this far. I will be all right with you all to watch my back." He shook his head, the moonlight somehow making his blonde hair looking silvery in the light. "All I can do is help you build the connection. The rest, I'm afraid, will be up to you." I looked out to everyone standing outside the ring, keeping watch over us. They were here in the hopes that we could put this thing to rest. No matter what, there was no backing down now. "Let's do it." He nodded. "Put the stone in its place. Do you remember the spell I taught you?" I unwrapped the stone, the gem shining a dark red with a rim of orange in the moonlight. Using the cloth as a barrier between my skin and the stone, I put it back to its original spot before giving Artie one last nod. We stepped closer and took each other's hands and started the chant. I had to focus completely if I hoped to connect to this thing. I tried to take several deep breaths in between the chanting, trying to visualize my own energy as a color and letting it move around me, filling every space as we kept going. My own magic had to reach out and connect to the stone. I tried to imagine a hand of color reaching out for the stone, and the moment it came into contact, the world around me went white. Everything else faded away such that my mind was focused on nothing else other than the connection. "You've done it," a voice said from behind me. I turned to see another me. Well, she looked like me, but she was different. Her hair fell in thicker waves than my natural curls ever did, and she was taller by a few inches. Was this supposed to be an older version of me? "No, I'm not you. You can read my thoughts." She indicated the white space around us. "Well, we are in your head. Anything goes here." Looking around at the emptiness, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I expected more. "You can always imagine us in a different location, Milla." So I did. The first place I thought of was home, and then all of a sudden we were standing in the living room. Wow, that was convenient. "As I said, this is your head. Anything goes." "If this is my head, does this mean you are the spirit inside the stone?" She nodded before plopping herself down on the sofa. "That's right." I flinched. "It's you. The Dark Witch who took away everyone's powers and memories," I said, moving around the couch and trying to keep a distance from her. "Don't be afraid. That's how everyone always is." "What do you want?" "The same as you. I want the dragon shifters gone. Octavian most of all. and I can help you. You can refuse my help, but your friends will die. It's not just the dragon shifters you want dead, it's everyone. Why should you think that? Mom, I stopped myself, as revealing Mom was a witch would put her in danger, though there was a chance this dark witch already heard our conversation and knew about it. The witches told me all about it, I corrected myself. Indeed, they did. I assumed you won't believe anything I say, even if it's the truth. You robbed your own people of their powers and their memories. You tried to kill them. How do you expect anyone to believe what you have to say? There is truth in what you say, if only a little. I did plan to disable their magic, yes, but taking their memories or killing them wasn't my plan at all. You are lying. I know you will not believe me. They only needed to defeat the dragon shifters. That was why they freed me. When the deed was done, they would put me back in that prison to rot. I couldn't allow that. You have yourself to blame for that. Blame myself? For a crime punishable by a fate worse than death? Was that what you were told? What I did then was no different from what you are doing now. I was fighting to save my people when nobody did. But loyalty became my crime. I would have changed our fate that very day if the wretched wolf had not tried to meddle. Because of them, the spell did not see its completion and destroyed their memories. Because of them, I am trapped here for these long years. At last, the time to set things right has come again. She turned towards the TV and the screen flickered to life, where I saw a group of dragon shifters running towards us from the forest. There were too many to make out the numbers as they rushed past our line of defense. Many of the shifters started transforming and fighting against each other. Is this real? You cannot defeat the dragon shifters. But I can. The decision is yours. You can choose to save your friends or watch them die. But you don't have long to decide. He is already here. With that, the dark witch vanished. The other me rose to my feet and pushed me through the door just as I saw an image of my father jumping in front of me, and everything went white again. A second later, it felt as if I broke through the surface of a swimming pool, gasping for breath and choking on the ground as I tried to regain my senses. Was that all real? The other me? The seal being a way to save the clans from themselves? Who was I supposed to believe? Then there were the images I saw on the TV. My senses came flooding back when I remembered the very last image. Dad. I looked up from the house to face my worst nightmare. It was real. All of it. The shifters on the barrier were fighting a group of at least 4-1, the yells of battle echoing around me as they fought. I looked back at the altar to find Artie on his knees glaring at someone with a fury that could kill, but the one thing I didn't want to see was on the ground right next to me. My father, covered in his own blood. Chapter 33. Milla. Dad? I choked as I reached for him. I crawled to him and put my hands on his face, trying to wake him up. He was still warm. He was still alive, right? He had to be. Daddy, please, please wake up. I shook his shoulders, trying my best to wake him up. He had to wake up. Not after he made me promise to come back. Why was he even here? Daddy, wake up! I tried again, the tears streaming down my cheeks and dripping onto his face. Why couldn't this be like one of those kids' movies where tears from someone who loved you healed everything? I couldn't be without my father now. Not while he still had so much time that we were supposed to spend together. To hell with the war, I just wanted him to be okay. We could go home and curl up together on that recliner of his and read books, just like we used to. There were too many things to do, too many things unsaid. But none of that was possible anymore. My dad was gone. Well, isn't that sweet? That voice. It was the same one I heard in every nightmare, every time I found myself alone with my own thoughts. That man. I almost wish my son felt the same things for me, but that traitor clearly has more affection for those on the other side of the winning line. I tore my face away and looked back at the altar to see Noctis's father standing there with the stone in his hands. He turned the red gem over in his hands before he looked at me. Miss me? That was when something inside of me snapped, and I rose to my feet. I no longer needed the stone for this. I would take this bastard down with my own 2 hands if I had to. For my father. Magic flared within me as I started moving towards him, using any and every kind of attack I knew. Even though he was moving out of the way or deflecting my fire attacks as if they were nothing, I did not stop. There was nothing that would keep me from trying to tear this bastard apart. Give it up. You're wasting your time trying to fight me alone. She's not alone. A shout came from the middle of the fight before Noctis jumped into the fray in his shifter form, going straight for his father with teeth and claws when I wasn't shooting at him. Help me up, Milla, Artie called from the other side of the altar. I wondered why he wasn't standing until I saw his foot, which was bent in an awkward and painful manner. I'll help you with the fight. So I did, and the 2 of us added to the attack whenever Noctis wasn't near. He kept jumping back and forth to keep himself from getting hit, but it was obvious that his strength was depleting fast. All right, that's enough, Mr. Drake. No, he didn't deserve the respect of me calling him Mr. after this. Octavian shouted after Noctis managed to get him good on his face, causing a stream of blood to run down his pale features. I am done playing with you children. Time for you to meet your maker. It was then that I remembered that he had the stone, as I watched his hand shift into a claw and close around the stone until it crumbled into pieces.
Chapter 34. Trevor. Everything skidded to a halt. All of the shifters fell silent as we heard the stone crack. But it was when Octavian opened his hand and let the remains fall to the ground that we felt it. The seal was gone. We had failed. The dragon shifters let out a victorious cry as if they forgot that we were still there and standing. I didn't understand. Nothing felt like it changed. Other than the knowledge that the seal was gone, there was nothing, and we all stood there in silence. You... Milla's voice echoed from the sentence as we all watched her move towards the remains of the stone. She tried to pick up the pieces desperately, but there was no use. It was over. And then I felt it. Just like I was struck with lightning, I felt power fill me like a battery soon to be overcharged. It was like overfilling a bucket and then just swapping out for another. The powers were unlocked after all. Our time has come again, my brothers. Slay the enemies, Octavian shouted before the fighting started again, but in between there was something odd happening. Was I the only one who felt it? Was the earth moving?
Milla. My hands couldn't stop shaking as I tried to gather the shards of the seal on the ground. Its former color had faded entirely, turning it a charcoal black. The magic was gone. There was no way to talk to the other me again. No way to repair the seal. The shifters had their full powers back now, and the war was going to start again, and nothing could stop them now. How could this happen? It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair! My anger filled me, dyeing my magic in the deepest red you could imagine as it expanded out to the world outside. There was nothing to contain it, and I was going to aim it all at him. I wanted him to feel it. I wanted him to feel it all. My vision went red as Noctis and I charged at him. It didn't matter what kind of strength he had now. I was going to give him hell before I allowed him to get away again.
Trevor. Milla was losing it. The wind flew around the battlefield with a fury, ripping branches and leaves off the trees to attack everything around her. Even I had to dodge a few rounds of pine needles myself, usually tossing one of the dragon shifters in the way or letting it strike the shaking ground. She had to stop all this or else there was going to be a huge problem. She, Noctis, and Artie regrouped and were ready to take on Octavian in a final showdown. Usually, a 3-on-1 fight would be unfair, but in this case it wasn't. The trio did not stand a chance against Octavian with his powers regained, and not to mention with Artie hurt. They were going to die. All 3 of them, and then followed by the rest of us most likely. As Milla and Noctis began to attack, and their opponent readied himself to deliver what was expected as a deadly blow, something happened. It was Octavian. There was this look of befuddlement in his eyes as he tried to gather the energy within him. A look that soon turned to doubt, and then fear. "No! Why isn't it back yet? The stone was destroyed!" It took a moment before I realized what was happening. Somehow his powers did not return as expected despite the destruction of the stone. Something strange was going on. What no one knew, and there wasn't time for figuring it out. Even though the Dragon Shifter King had yet to regain his full powers, it was unlikely Milla and Noctis could defeat him. I noticed Artie's foot bent at an awkward angle as he shuffled towards the middle of the altar. While Milla and Noctis were attacking, it looked like he was planning something. I tried to get a little closer, but with the way the ground was moving beneath my feet, I had no other choice but to stand and watch as the battle raged on. There were too many things that could fatally wound those not involved in the battle, and I wasn't sure Milla was realizing this as she and Noctis kept going as if they had been fighting together for years. It took a while before I noticed how tired she was. Her movements were becoming slower and the strikes less powerful. Then I noticed a white light starting to shine from Artie. He had been working on a backup plan, and it seemed to be working as Octavian was surrounded by the same light. What was going on out there? A moment later, Artie was launched off his feet by Octavian, landing harshly against the stones of the altar. It was those moments that you didn't think things would get any worse, but then it did. Milla practically snapped, and everything around us was covered in white. Chapter 35. Neutral Point of View. Milla's magic had reached its melting point at that moment. A bright light engulfed everything around her, blinding everything in the area outside her and Octavian. Noctis stood at her side, his heart beating wildly as there was a terrifying version of Milla in front of him. She looked older all of a sudden, with blazing orange eyes that were focused on one thing: the man that stood in front of her, with a mixture of shock and recognition of the spirit that had taken over the girl. She launched one last series of attacks at him with an unreal level of energy that struck him heavily, each one causing him to cry out in pain. But the moment ended as quickly as it began, and the white faded as Noctis delivered the last blow that took him to his knees. He mouthed the name of the spirit he had seen before he saw Milla sway and fall to the ground. "Give up, Dad. It's over," Noctis said, standing over his father. "Not by a long shot. I'll be back." It was then that the other dragon shifters swarmed in. A few days later. Trevor. Hospital food sucked. Like, who cooked for this place, and could I apply to replace them? Even if you're cooking in bulk, food should at least have a flavor. "Trevi, I know you don't like it, but you know what happened when I tried to sneak food in for you the last time." "Yeah, Eli got it first." My mother let out a sigh before she just patted me on the head and walked from my bed to Jack's on the other side of the room. A number of us managed to end up here in the hospital after the battle with the dragon shifters, myself and Jack included with his broken arm and fractured tailbone. If it wasn't for the madness that happened near the end of everything, half of us would have ended up as, what was that phrase the lawyers use? Collateral damage. I was a little better off than Jack with a few lacerations and a broken leg, but I still had to use a wheelchair to go visit Milla and Artie on the floor above us. Crutches were an option, but those were a pain that I didn't want to deal with. "Mom," I called in the best whine I could muster. Works every time. "Help me into the chair, please." "Going to visit your girlfriend, Trev?" Jack teased from the other side of the room. "Doesn't matter. You already know." Mom just scoffed at the two of us before she helped me into the wheelchair next to my hospital bed. The cast on it was sometimes a real problem when moving this thing around, but after the first few trips, I managed to roll myself to the elevator in Milla's room just fine. By the time I made it up, the two of them were sitting on Artie's bed chatting about something. "Don't tell me you're leaving me for Artie," I joked. "Only in your dreams, Trevor," Artie smirked at me before he looked at Milla. "Go on. I'm not going anywhere." Milla hopped off of the bed and grabbed the handles of my chair, pushing me out of the room and down the hallway. Where were we going? "Don't freak out. We're just going to the waiting room. It'll be quiet now since visiting hours are over. I wanted to talk to you in private." "Don't freak out. We're just going to the waiting room. It'll be quiet now since visiting hours are over. I wanted to talk to you in private." So I waited until the two of us reached the waiting room. It was just a tiny room painted in the same shade of white as the rest of the hospital, but at least it had a door. She pushed me in and shut the door behind us. "Is this allowed?" I blurted out like an idiot. I mean, it's usually for visitors." "I don't see why not. We're patients waiting to get out of here." It took me a few seconds before I realized that she was trying to make a joke. It was corny, but still funny. "What did you want to talk about?" "I heard that they couldn't find Noctis after the fighting. Is that true?" It was. According to Eli, he wasn't anywhere near the fight scene after the dragon shifters called for a retreat. Apparently the fight was a win on our part, thanks to Milla, but the war had just begun. "Yeah, but you know him better than I do. Maybe he was just licking his wounds somewhere." She didn't seem to be very satisfied with that answer. "So, what happens now?" "Good question. Maybe we go back to school and tell them we're zombies, scare a few freshmen." She laughed at that, and it made me feel a little better that at least her sense of humor was still intact. "One last thing." "Yeah?" She blushed red at the thought she was having. "Is that possibility of us still on the table?" Like she even had to ask. "Definitely." Milla smiled widely before she leaned forward and kissed me. And if it wasn't for the fact that she was leaning on my cast a little, this moment would be perfect. Epilogue. Neutral point of view. It was 3 a.m. when Milla's eyes opened, staring at the blank hospital ceiling for a few seconds. Everything was quiet in the room except for the sound of her roommate's breathing. She turned to watch the slow rise and fall of Artie's chest for a few seconds before she sat up slowly and quietly slid out of the hospital bed, dragging the pillow behind her. With slow, measured steps, she made her way over to the other bed and climbed on silently. The sleeping witch looked almost like an angel when he slept. Milla leaned forward, closer to Artie before she saw his eyes open and snapped to her leaning over him. "Milla, what's going on? Did you have another night terror?" She put a finger over his lips with a drawn-out hush.
"Milla's not here anymore, little Anna. I'm in charge now."
His eyes went wide before Milla stuck the pillow over his face and held him down until he no longer struggled and faded away.
"That's it. Sleep, Anna. I mean, Arthur." This has been Rebirth, an action-adventure fantasy romance. Land of Shifters, Book 1, written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Heather Livengood and George Livengood. Copyright 2018 by Alvin Chu. Production copyright by Alvin Chu.